The notice requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act have been satisfied with respect to this meeting of the Township of Verona Zoning Board of Adjustment, which is being held in person in the council chambers of the Verona Town Hall, located at 600 Bloomfield Avenue, Verona, New Jersey. The time and date of this meeting were included in the annual meeting notice posted in the community center and sent to the official newspapers of the township, the Verona Cedar Grove Times, and the Star Ledger, at least 48 hours preceding the start time of this meeting. The agenda and instructions on how to comment will be provided at the appropriate time. All meetings are recorded. Those wishing to speak during public comment period should only provide their name and municipality. Street addresses are not required. Please be advised that should a member of the public choose to state their street address, it will not be redacted from this recording. Dr. Reese. Here. Mr. Tully.
Here.
Dr. Fortes.
Here.
Mr. Ryan.
Here.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix.
Here.
Mrs. DiBartolo.
Here.
Mr. Mathewson.
Here.
Vice Chair Weston.
Here.
Chair McGinley.
Here.
Board Attorney.
Here.
And we have no engineering present this evening.
Thank you. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. In case you're not aware of it, we are used to working in much bigger quarters. So we're a lot closer to each other up here, so it's going to take us a minute to look for plans and get our paperwork together. We'll start with some general information. This board deals with the issuance of variances from the Verona zoning ordinance. That ordinance establishes specific requirements for the land area in the township and regulates not only the uses permitted, but the size of the lots, setbacks required, parking, signs, conditional uses, and numerous other such regulations. An applicant is never entitled to a variance. Applicants must meet specific criteria contained in the state municipal land use law by satisfying certain legal standards of proof. The burden is on the applicants to show that they should be granted the specific relief requested. Depending on the type of variance requested, applicants will need to prove special reasons, undue hardship, a balance of benefits, and other criteria. These are legal proceedings. Public meeting notices have been published. Neighbors have been notified. Applicants and their representatives will provide sworn testimony and be subject to cross-examination. Any action this board takes at this meeting will be memorialized in a resolution document prepared by our legal counsel that will be reviewed and adopted typically at our next regular meeting. At that time, any variances granted will become effective. That said, we are a board that conducts its business in a fairly informal manner. Applicants are sworn in, tell us what they want to do with their property and what they are asking the board to do. Board members will question witnesses, and then members of the public may question those witnesses. At the conclusion of the testimony, members of the public may make a statement regarding the application. After closing the public portion of the application, the board will deliberate and render a decision. We're down to item E on the agenda. We do not have a set of minutes from the August 8th meeting. We will have those to look at for our October meeting. Resolutions. We did not have a resolution coming out of the August meeting, so there are none to review. So, we are now all the way down to new business, variance applications, and we will first hear application 2024-11, 83 Fairview Avenue. If you would be so kind as to come up to the front, our attorney will swear you in, and we'll proceed with the review.
Would you state your name and address for the record?
David Keefe. Oh, 83 Fairview Ave.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me tonight. Good evening to you, Board. My name is David Keefe, representing myself. I reside at 83 Fairview Avenue. I'm applying for two variances on the property at 83 Fairview Avenue where I reside. The proposal is in an R60 medium density single-family zone. I wish to place a 120 square foot shed in the side yard and received a denial on April 18th, and now applying for two variances. Variances are the minimum side yard setback is 8 foot, and I'm proposing 2 feet. The minimum required distance between the accessory and the principal is 10 feet, and I propose 5 feet. There are no site modifications required or planned for the shed. No stormwater management is required. No grading is required. And no tree removal nor soil removal is needed. Because our property is on a gentle slope, water runoff is expected to move in its natural direction after its installation. We need to install and place the shed in the proposed location because we are a large family with no garage, and our basement needs to convert into living space as laid out in the letter as part of the packet. Items typically stored in a garage will be stored in the shed, and for us that is about 3/4 of our basement space that will be freed up. The amount of items that measure to fit in requires a 120 square foot shed, which is the proposed size. As for the placement, due to our property layout with the patio, driveway, the trees, shrubs, and rocks, this is the only place for a shed with ease of access from the backyard and without disrupting the aesthetics of Fairview Avenue. We have 5 to 6 foot high solid wood fences and a gate that surround that side of the house, and the majority of the side of the shed will be covered, and you can see that in the images that are in the packet as well. With the gate and shrubs and trees and brushes at the front, passersby would barely see the shed from the sidewalk and the road. The shed will be painted the same color as the house, and the roof will mimic both color and style of our principal accessory, our house. The location, 2 feet from the fence, is easily accessible for maintenance, and the 5 foot from the principal structure is easily navigable. None of the installation or placement poses any risk of damage, redirection of stormwater, or disturbance to the surrounding area. Receiving two variances to install a shed on our property in the proposed location would greatly help our family by allowing us the ability to expand both storage capacity and space within our home and greatly minimize the stress of trying to refit and constantly resituate a sizable family into a house that we love. Thank you.
Counselor, we have the jurisdiction on this case. Is proof of service is in order?
Proof of service is in order, yes, all the housekeeping issues are satisfied. There are some photographs that were part of the application, so they do not have to be introduced as exhibits. We can pass those around, but they were part of the application, so. Are they in? Okay.
When you're speaking, you need to push the button on the microphone.
Oh, I thought it was. Okay.
It keeps us from leaving the microphones on.
Okay. Sorry about that.
As far as I can tell, your paperwork is really well done. We appreciate the fact that you took the time to lay everything out and identified everything for us in your letters. So when we do the site view of the property and when we discuss it now, it makes things a lot clearer, and with so many tonight, a lot quicker. So at this point, if anyone from the board has some questions of Mr. Keefe, this would be the time to ask them.
Can you describe the layout of the trees that are on this side?
confirm that you do not have a garage on the property?
Have you spoken to your neighbors about the application? Have any of your neighbors expressed any objection?
Is this a prefabricated shed, or are you stick building it?
What will the ground treatment be? I know you said it was and the shed is going to sit on that?
You've given us one picture here where there's a boat. Is that where you propose to put the shed?
Where the boat is sitting?
Yes.
The shed goes right behind where the boat is sitting.
Right behind that, okay.
There are the 4x4s that are laid out there. That's the outline of the shed, where
Okay.
the shed will sit. The boat will actually not be there. We are putting the boat at a friend's house.
Okay, you anticipated my next question, because it would get a little crowded there if the boat stayed. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the information about the neighbor's shed? I just want to envision it again.
So I guess our shed is technically non-conforming, at least by the current standards, but I'm assuming it was a pre-existing condition. Do we know that? I guess. Okay.
Can't really deal with theirs.
No, I see theoretically, but I mean, it's. I did drive by the property today, and that was one of the things that struck me, is that the neighbor's shed is already, adjacent to the property, is not up to the current zoning standards.
Yeah, the neighbor's shed is a pre-existing non-conforming, and we had actually had an application with that neighbor and to have the shed on his actual survey at that point. So it's a pre-existing non-conforming.
I mean, I know we don't do past practice or precedent, but it does have a certain impact on our thought process, I think. At least it does on mine.
Any other board questions for this witness? Seeing none, I would open it to the public. Is there anyone from the public who would like to question this witness on the testimony that he's presented so far? Seeing none, I would move. Is there anyone from the public who would like to make a statement about this application at this time? Again, seeing no one, I would close the public portion of this application and open up board deliberation.
In full disclosure, I also live on a corner house that is totally non-conforming because the house was built in 1907. And so I have a great deal of sympathy for the applicant's situation, and I would be inclined to vote yes to grant him that relief.
Know that a shed put in the backyard of this house would not be intruding on the neighbor's property, number one, and it would not be seen from Fairview Avenue to make any kind of a negative appeal to the neighbors as well. So I think that if I had the opportunity, I would probably vote in favor of this.
I'm inclined to approve the application.
Sounds like we're moving in a direction. So if someone would like to make a motion?
So I have a couple things, of course. So generally the idea of this I'm fully in favor of. It makes total sense from a site perspective just to be there. The requirement in the ordinance that it has to be 8 feet from the property line to the shed, excuse me, it kills the site layout. I mean, that is a part of the ordinance that I actually somewhat disagree with. So I think that it is in the right spot for this site. The only concern I have is that actually, technically speaking, if you're going to build this thing so close to the property line, anything within 5 feet of that property line is supposed to be fire rated. So I believe that that is applicable to sheds as well, and I'm sure that a prefabricated shed is not fire rated. So I would kick that to the building department, I think, and just say, you know, I would approve this subject to the building department's interpretation.
So the building department does not review a shed that is under 200 square feet.
This is 120 square feet, you said? Okay. Christy, do you know the regulations? Or I think, I mean, if that's correct, but if you are correct, which I assume that you are because of your field and your knowledge, we could make that a condition of approval if you feel that the safety issue.
I mean, the argument is that you have combustible materials inside a shed and a garage and whatever else happens to be that close to the property line in tight properties like Verona's. And the intent of that is just for safety purposes, so that if somebody goes and, you know, if there's another shed that's put up, like for example today when I went past this site, there was a car that was parked in the driveway in front of your neighbor's shed, and, you know, that could very easily explode that car. You know, of course all of this is pie in the sky, but nevertheless it is the code requirements for the building code anyway.
Kathleen is just saying that there were no comments from the fire department.
Yeah, so it's sent out with everything else to the fire. I mean, we can still make it a condition and have construction and then review it.
That we could just to make sure somebody looked at it and they didn't just gloss over it. Assuming they didn't, but we could add that as a condition that we just further certification or further sign off from the building department and the fire department, and then if not, then a fire rated shed would be required if that's what the board desires.
Everybody good with that? Does that make sense to you?
The construction department, if you come in for a shed and it meets all the setbacks for zoning, if it's under 200 square feet, the construction department doesn't review it. You don't need the construction permit for it.
That doesn't mean they can't review it. And I just want to clarify, it's 5 feet from the property line or from the structure?
It's 5 feet off of the property line. Whatever depth of construction is within that 5 feet has to be fire rated.
department doesn't normally look at that because it shouldn't be within the 5 feet.
We're going to ask them to do that.
Right. Because of the approval within the 5 feet.
What rating do they need to be?
It's a 1-hour rating. So, I mean, there's products and details that would, it would have to be stick-built. I'm not sure if they have fire-rated sheds. I imagine that they do. But anything that I've detailed has been, like a UL assembly that's rated for 1 hour construction.
Have you already purchased the shed or contract? Are you in a contract to purchase the shed?
I guess my question for Christie would be, is if the shed just met the requirement, okay, if the 8 feet, we're not going to require it to be fireproofed. So is the fact that it's at 3 feet closer, would that be a de minimis difference, or do you really think it would be a substantial fire threat, if we put the shed there?
I think given that there is likely to be combustible storage in there, it's a concern.
Playing devil's advocate, though, I mean, maybe all sheds should be, using your logic.
Right.
I don't want to penalize this applicant if we're not requiring that for other people who are putting sheds in and don't have to come before this board for a variance. That's my concern.
They don't approve it. Because the other issue that I have in my head, and it's 2 feet from the house, which is more, 5 feet, I'm sorry?
5 feet from the
5 feet
principal
the
structure.
house, which if that's the requirement for a property line, then that's equally as concerning.
Well, I think the logic behind that, and again, this is like blessed by the construction code, so it's not, there's laws that are far above me. But I think the logic is that if the neighbor comes and builds something right up to their property line, well, now you have that issue. Now, where does the fire start? And so just as a technique to mitigate all that and chop it off, ahead of time, that's what the International Residential Code says.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion to approve this application with the condition that the building and fire and construction code
And the
fire
fire
department
official, right.
review it for compliance. That works? Who made that motion?
It's not actually compliance. It's reviewed for the recommendation of whether it should be fire rated, I think, because it's not technically compliant. Right, I mean, right, so, but we're not looking for compliant. We know it's not compliant by the definition of the law, is what Christie is saying, or by the definition of the code. So because they have not looked at it because of the size, they might say the size supersedes, the small size of the shed trumps everything else, and therefore it's fine. So, okay.
Everyone has that now, so who made that motion?
I think you did.
I can't, I just entertained it, so who would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the application with the condition subject to the interpretation of the building subcode official.
Who would like to second that? Thank you. We'll have a roll call vote since we have a full board tonight. Only the 7 members of the board will be voting.
Dr. Cortez.
Yes.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix.
Yes.
Mrs. DiBartolo.
Yes.
Mr. Mathewson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston.
Yes.
Chair McGinley.
Yes, that's unanimous. We will have a resolution at our next meeting approving that, and I believe after that you can take your chances on getting a permit and proceeding. Thank you. Next up on the agenda, application number 2024-13, 555 Bloomfield Avenue. First, counsel, if we have jurisdiction on this case?
We do. Notice is complete. The affidavit of service has been submitted. One can move forward, or the applicant can move forward. Can you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Dan Dressel. Let's talk about business address on 19 Henston Drive, E-S-T-A-N Drive, Moonachie, M-O-O-N-A-C-H-I-E, New Jersey.
Mr. Justin, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Could you spell your last name? I'm sorry.
Yes, D is David, R-E-S-S-E-L.
Thank you.
Earned my degree from New Jersey Institute of Technology in 1992, became a licensed architect in 1996. Been a sole proprietor since 2006. I've appeared before numerous boards in New Jersey, Fairfield, Cedar Grove, Paramus, Tenafly, to name a few.
Mr. Dressel?
Yes.
You were good in 1992.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Dressel, I assume you have up on the board the elevations and floor plan that you prepared at sheet PB1 dated June 11, 2024, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was submitted to the board, so Mr. Messere, I assume we do not have to mark it?
That is correct.
Okay, why don't you just, it's not that complicated, but why don't you just go through what's existing and what we're proposing?
Yes, so just to reiterate a little bit, a few years ago, Mr. Valente completely renovated the facades of the building and the interior with apartments on the second floor and commercial or business space on the first floor. It's a brick building with terracotta accents, and he enhanced it even further with limestone and granite accents along the base. Currently, as council stated, it's occupied predominantly by the Princess Cafe, which is around 2,472 square feet, and the balance of the space is 258 square feet, as council stated, which Mr. Valente would like to use as an ATM facility, walk-up. Pretty straightforward. That's pretty much it. There's no expansion to the commercial space. It was previously approved as commercial space, and it's the fact that the ATM requires the use variance, if I understand correctly.
All right, so your elevation that you're showing to the board shows a sign facing Bloomfield Avenue, but we amended the application and we then submitted sign plans from Cenex that were, they were by Sign Tech rather, dated June 24, 2024. consisting of 6 pages. I assume the board members all have copies of that. And just to briefly describe the 2 signs that we're seeking approval for.
It's a Wells Fargo bank. It's a square sign. We showed rectangular traditional Wells Fargo signage. This was completed and submitted prior to the signage design that you have in front of you. So this would be superseded by the small packet signage. And if I may, because I did not prepare this, one of the signs will be going over the entrance on Bloomfield Avenue at the, I'll call it the west end of the building. And then another sign will be going on the Lakeside Avenue, which I believe, did we say they were 3 by 3?
Yeah, that's approximately 4 square feet, yeah.
2 by 2 then.
Okay. And the details are all there, that the one facing Lakeside is non-illuminated, correct?
Council, I was not privy to that.
Okay, you had it, but, okay. Anyway, I can tell the board the exhibit depicts the 2 signs and the characteristics of them. The one facing Bloomfield Avenue is approximately 9 square feet, is aluminum. The details provided in that exhibit. The other sign facing Lakeside is approximately 4 square feet and is non-illuminated.
Are both signs compliant with our sign
That's
criteria?
correct. Okay, I have no further questions of Mr. Dressel.
Where would the sign Lakeside go?
It's shown, if you look at the exhibit,
I'll identify it on the plan.
yeah, if you could.
Look at the, so this is Bloomfield. I'm not seeing that in the package that I...
It's, look at sheet 6, bottom right-hand corner.
Okay, there you go. Oh, say, okay. So in relationship to the drawings that we prepared, it is approximately on this pier, facing Lakeside. This is Lakeside, this is Bloomfield Avenue, this is the entrance to the ATM. This faces the park, this is beyond that. And that is the non-illuminated one, correct? And that is the non-illuminated sign.
Mr. Dressel, did you do the design for the unit itself? We have an exhibit, Senos.
Yeah, that, no,
I did not.
he did not, and that's, we've just provided, it's just a fit out of that 258 square foot.
That's the interesting part. Who can answer questions on that?
That's it, yep.
Well, I'll give it a shot. I can read their drawings, so.
That's all we need. What I was looking for, in particular, was it appears as though the ATM unit, the access door, we're going to go with some assumptions that handicap ramp is according to building code, door width is according to building code. It appears to be 33 inches, which should just get a wheelchair through. The area following the door is a small lobby area with the ATM directly in front. is it possible to make an interpretation of the wall around there? And we may have to get the owner to decide what the rest of that space actually is being used for. Because the ATM unit itself appears to be only a small 6 by 8 or 10 foot area.
So I'm gonna take a shot just for a second. The 258 square feet is standing space, so there's nothing there other than someone maybe waiting to use the ATM while somebody else is at the ATM machine. That's predominantly what's going to happen there. As far as ADA accessibility is concerned, this is an existing construction, existing building, so there's, how is it, a limitation to the requirements with respect to the exterior conditions of the building. There is a ramp that gets you up. I do not know the slope of that ramp, but it doesn't necessarily, by code, have to be altered to fully comply with the handicap accessibility requirements. That would be a building official review, but I'm fairly certain that the rehabilitation subcode would not require a modification to that. As this is just generally an interior fit-up as the building code is concerned.
So looking at that same page 5 of 7, there seems to be a wall that's built right in front of the windows. And I know you didn't do this, so, you know, but there's a wall in front of the windows.
From the way we draft, that's what it appears to be. There's a note 3, a key note 3, install support stud wall. With me, I'm trying to answer the question best I can based on what I'm seeing.
I suppose my concern with that, just for the board's education, is that, you know, this is kind of a blank wall in front of a storefront.
So I'm going to take a step back based on seeing this as I was speaking to you. I wasn't looking at 5 of 7. So I want to clarify, if I may, with Mr. Valente, understand what's been proposed, if that's okay, Council.
Sure.
In the interim, Counselor,
Yes.
would would the someone be available, the owner or whatever, to address operations of this unit?
Fit outs, and is familiar specifically with Wells Fargo, also who can answer those questions.
Engineers are the worst. He's going to give us a lot of numbers.
After I've spoken to Mr. Valente, he believes that this is not an accurate depiction of what's proposed.
There's no wall.
And there's no, it's an open 258 square foot space. When you open that door, you're in 258 square feet of space with the ATM mounted on one of those walls within that space. There are no additional walls proposed that would shorten that distance and look like what you see on page 5.
And the front windows would be unobstructed?
Unobstructed, yes, correct.
That's good, because we were a little get smart there. You go in, turn the button, and go into another room.
Right.
Are you proposing?
That would not have been ADA compliant.
Are you proposing any lighting upgrades? I know for ATMs, you have to meet a more stringent lighting for exterior lighting, and was wondering if there are any upgrades for lighting at this location, or currently meets the lighting code.
Okay, so on the exterior, there's no lighting proposed other than the lit sign. Within the space, once you enter, the lighting will meet the proper codes for service, you know, doing transactions.
Exterior also needs to meet lighting codes 50 feet from your ATM on the exterior door.
Is that only with a standalone, this is within the room?
No, that's for both
Okay.
standalone and even if
Well,
it's
well, listen, we're gonna have to meet, this is gonna go through a building code review also, and we're gonna have to meet all those standards, and if that's gonna be a condition of approval, obviously we've gotta do that.
Building, it will, as council said, building code, review, building official review, so the intention is to comply with all building codes.
So oh, sorry. So these windows then, like after this construction is done, will remain as clear and visible in. We're not going to have any signage, no like discounted mortgage rates or any of that kind of advertising on these windows.
I can't speak for the operations, but it's not proposed and it's not what they're intending. What you see on the facade now is essentially what you're going to see when you drive by, other than the added Wells Fargo 2x2 or 3x3 sign that's proposed.
And light.
And light, just to, as required by the building code.
inside on the ATM wall, you have branded Wells Fargo.
Interior. Yes.
And just to clarify, because we have this conflict, is it a flat front with a doorway, or are we still going to have this pocket here, that darkened entryway pocket with a door inside?
The door is recessed and there is no proposal to change that. The facade as a structure, as all the elements you see on the drawing here, there's nothing new proposed. As you drive by, what you see is what will be, other than the sign.
Did I correctly hear this will be accessible 24/7?
That's correct.
Kathleen, am I correct that we didn't get any comments back from the public safety or the police department?
We did not.
Okay, and they were shown the application? Okay.
Opportunity to use the ATM,
I would gather that, so you weren't the sign designer?
Correct.
Great. Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because I'm looking in the zoning ordinance under, I don't know what section this is, the sign section, section S, and I'm not sure if you can have two signs. Do you know? So it says,
There's two frontages. I know our planner reviewed that, so take that.
okay. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm probably reading this incorrectly. It says if the building has frontage on more than one street, a separate sign or sign may be provided for each street frontage, not necessarily tenant space.
Correct. On the building itself, as opposed to tenant space. Good clarification, yes.
Do we have any other questions for our architect, or does it look like most of these are going to be operational questions? Okay. Does anyone from the public have a question of our architect about the information that he's presented here this evening? Seeing none, I'm turning it back to Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to add that Mr. Dressel has another commitment. If he could leave the hearing now.
I have a few minutes, I go a little bit longer.
He's kidding.
That's
appreciate that,
perfectly
Council.
okay. That's perfect.
So,
Just be careful going through that metal detector on the way out.
Just one quick question. So the building department will then review the ADA, because I'm looking at how the door swings in and all that kind of stuff, and it doesn't seem kosher. It doesn't
Actually,
seem correct.
I'm not entirely sure it's compliant, even with the rehab subcode.
That's why it's inset, because you want the door to swing out.
okay, take care.
You do want the door to swing out because of where it's...
It better be. I told you about that. spell his name for us, Counselor?
Yeah, it's TUNG-TO, then LAM. Right? Swear, I'm gonna get sworn in.
Mr. Lamb, would you state your name and business address for the record, please?
First name is Tungto, Tungto. Last name is Lamb, Lam. My business address is 30 Independence Boulevard, Suite 200 in Warren, New Jersey, 07059.
And can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm? Could you raise your right hand, please? I didn't know what to say. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lamb, would you just give your qualifications both as an engineer and your extensive background dealing?
Yes, 2004 graduate from Rochester Institute of Technology with a civil engineering degree. Professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and the surrounding states. Been an employee at Ford for 20 years.
And talk about your experience with these ATM facilities.
Yes, we're here for Wells Fargo tonight, but these standalone ATM, we've done a dozen of them throughout major brands, including Bank of America and so on. So.
Okay, you understand how they operate?
Yes, it's a freestanding ATM. No one's there. It's just a machine for you to get cash.
Okay, and there's the only access by bank card, is that correct?
Exactly.
And it's open 24 hours, 7 days a week?
As long as the doors are available, yes.
Okay, if the board has any questions?
Mr. Sullivan, just for the record, we did not qualify, the board did not accept Mr. Lamb as an engineer. I don't know that that's necessary for this testimony, but I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to give strict
Okay,
engineering
all right,
testimony,
fine.
but that's his background, so we gave it to him.
Great, okay.
You don't want him accepted as a...
Okay, we're going to ask that Mr. Lamb be accepted as an engineer. He's certainly got the qualifications, but we're not going to ask him any engineering questions, but let's go ahead.
Mr. Lamb, do you have a PE?
Yes.
Okay.
And that license is in good standing?
Yes.
Okay, I would ask the board, accept him as an expert in engineering.
We'll accept him as an expert in engineering and appreciate whatever else he can tell us.
Okay, questions from the board?
Let's see. So I'm actually not entirely sure you'll be able to answer this, but just operationally, everything is going to Venmo and Apple Pay and everything else. How realistic is it that people use ATMs anymore to get cash?
On average, they have to replenish the machine once a week, so I would say still pretty frequently. I myself do not carry a wallet or cash, so it won't be me.
Can you? That's okay. When we get to Starbucks, I don't drink coffee. If you could tell us a little about the site itself, the ATM machine appears to be behind the wall. It's in the wall. Is it serviced from behind?
Yes. It's no different than any ATM machine you see. It's just placement interior of the building, and the front facing is for the customers. You have your card, you put in your bank card, enter your PIN number, take a withdrawal from it, and then all the services behind the scenes. And that's on average once to twice a week.
Mr. Chair, just a quick, and this may not be for this gentleman, but if it's not, they can answer it. Is there any kind of a provision for like what I would call a panic button or something like that in there? If somebody feels that, they're being stalked or they may be in jeopardy, is there a button that they could press to notify the, either a security service or something that there may be an issue?
No, it's no different than any other ATM that you would use. It's just a freestanding ATM, is simply all it is. That's where you get the privacy.
Well, you get your privacy if somebody just doesn't come in behind you and push you in and say, I want to, put your bank card in the ATM and take out $100 and give it to me. I mean, there could be situations, especially if somebody, and I will make the expression, is foolish enough to go in there like, after midnight, and figure I need a few bucks, from the ATM machine, and, somebody is looking at that person. That's the only reason why I asked about a panic button or an alarm, even an audible alarm that could go off if somebody pressed the button.
No, I mean, there's cameras inside, and
Suppose somebody gets in there and the door malfunctions to get them out. If they don't have a cell phone, they're stuck in there, correct? Or is there going to be a push bar that they can get out if the power for some reason, doesn't work?
yes.
I'm assuming there's more than one ATM machine in there, am I correct? Or is there just going to be one ATM?
From what I understand, it's only one.
There's a new...
How do they show it?
Any personnel comes either once or twice a week, and
But from the front or from, you said from the back, right?
operationally, I believe is from the back, is from what I'm told, so.
So where does the machine sit? And where is the access to the back?
So we have, again, going back to 5 of 7, that nobody, can claim. So it looks like that door to access that back of house space is through the cafe space. So you have to go through the cafe space to get to that back side of the ATM. I know you didn't prepare this, but this is what we have for right now, so.
Okay, so I guess because of this discrepancy, so operational question, typically how many people would occupy a space like this when they're using an ATM and or be able to access the space like this at any given time?
Whoever's coming in, or whoever's even at a party to come in with a bank card. So if there's 2 people in your party, then there's 2 people that go in. So whoever has access to your bank card, that's how they get inside, so.
So there should be really no more than one person in and around that space at any given time.
I mean, if there's a husband and wife, they could be walking in there and, it's a single party, but once somebody's gonna use that machine, they're gonna lock the door behind them, and nobody else is coming in to wait in line inside the room. It's locked.
So the rest of the open space then, we talked about earlier.
Within all 258 square feet, your access, you go through the door, it locks behind you. Somebody else wants to get in, they gotta wait for you to finish.
Even if they have an ATM card, they...
But then wouldn't the next ATM card open it up?
After the exit.
Is it conventional operationally to have somewhere around 200 plus square feet for an ATM space like this?
It's a little bit larger than we need, but there's no real size to it, it's a machine, so.
So then back to operationally, this wall is not surrounding this, like has been stated earlier. Then someone can actually just stay in that room all night and it'll remain locked because no one else can come in.
I guess, yeah, it can, if we're doing it.
Counselor, you may have detected at this point that we're having a tough time walking through this application because we don't have drawings that are accurate. We don't have witnesses that can explain their way through an inaccurate drawing. And it's going to be very difficult for us to make a determination without some sort of information that tells us what exactly the space is going to look like, how it's going to interact with the existing rest of the space, and how it's going to be handled operationally. Security, servicing, how often.
Well, I think we answered most of those questions. I mean, if directionally, just if you're asking that or suggesting that we carry this to get some additional information, I think we answered most of the questions you just identified. But if there is specific information, you could tell us what it is, and we'll be sure to have that information. Obviously, the plans were inconsistent. We thought we clarified that with the testimony. But if you think you need additional information, let us know.
Well, so far your testimony said that the door that's shown from the Princess Cafe is non-existent, that the walls in front of the windows are non-existent, that the wall that the ATM is in is non-existent because the ATM sits in the middle. It seems, it's nice to say, yeah, you answered all those questions, but is it leaving us with a big room with an ATM machine? Is it like the browsers just clearing out all the shelves and just having the ATM machine?
Okay, so we will, I guess we have no choice but to really ask to carry the application to reconcile the discrepancies and bring you some additional testimony at a subsequent date. So I guess the question is, when would you carry us to?
First, let me confirm with the rest of the board. Am I on track, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we have to review the application that's in front of us, and it's in 17 different spots right now. So it would be helpful for the record if everything was just more consistent.
Just 1 second.
Otherwise, we're reviewing an application that's not complete.
But they're running back and asking Mr. Valente to clarify stuff. I don't think Mr. Valente was sworn in yet as a witness.
Well, he would be sworn in if he would be.
He would be. Okay, but I'm just saying, I mean, 2 or 3 times somebody has gone over and answered for Mr. Valente.
Yeah, but that's not his testimony. He's just relaying information that somebody else will testify.
Well, I don't. So
And then the question is if we're going to come in with new plans, new drawings?
perhaps, yes.
Okay, so then we'll need time for review. I would say November versus October.
The November date's fine.
November 14th.
November 14th.
All right, the applicant consents to
It's fine.
It's good with us. The board is okay with carrying that, I presume? Yes.
Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sullivan, because the preparation would make it much easier for us to make a decision. For the record, application 2024-13, 555 Bloomfield Avenue is moved to the November meeting, November 14th. That brings us to the third application on this evening's agenda, application 2024-08, 48 Durrell Street. If you'd be so kind as to come up to the table, remain standing. Council will swear you in.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Joseph Venezia, 48 Durrell Street, Verona, New Jersey.
And if you raise your right hand, Mr. Venezia, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel, we're all good to hear this case? Services in order?
Yes. The service is good. Affidavits have been submitted. Mr. Chairman, just one other point of order, and it probably doesn't matter, but those who are unable to vote tonight should not move or second motions, just for the future. I think we erred on the last motion, but I didn't catch it, but Mr. Tully had seconded a motion. Again, that was just to, I believe, carry the meeting. So I think it's okay, but for the future reference.
Is whipping in order?
Whipping, yes, yes.
He's too big, you'll have to whip him.
I guess we could remove, but I think because the applicant has left already, we probably won't.
All yours.
So thank you, Board. Again, my name is Joe Venezia. I live at 48 Durrell. I brought with me the architect of the project and also the project. So what we're asking for today is two variances for a project that includes an in-ground pool and cabana related to that pool. The variances include the size of the cabana, requires larger than 100 square feet, which is about half the size of an ATM.
We wouldn't know.
Not sure. So, our cabana will be the size of 576 square feet. The other variance is the location of the purchasing generator, related to the project, related. Code requires that we no further than 5 feet from the principal structure, and generator will be between 7.5 feet away from the structure. You probably note that there's some other pieces on the agenda, and that we've been carrying several warnings. What we've done with the original project is greatly simplified it to avoid many other variances. Our engineer has worked very closely with Hospital to simplify and make sure that we compliant with what's set for the and further than that, since the beginning throughout the entire planning stages, we had no time to be above the impervious limits. We stay within that, and that's sensitive issue. So, we're able to see those two variances.
On your July 22nd set of drawings, I know you listed that you removed pavers, walkways. Is it, am I correct that there's a small paver walkway out of your house and there's nothing else? It's just grass around the pool and then grass back to the cabana?
That's exactly right. So, the first front of the house, there's an existing paver area in front of the porch of the house. The new design is curvier. It's also less square footage. We're actually moving, potentially reducing the amount of impervious and look that we'd rather have respect. And because of just project patio, neighbors are there as well as building, just the pool itself became prohibitive.
Then we can focus on the cabana and the generator. looking at the Boswell Engineering Report of September 5th. They had 4 issues that needed to be addressed. Are you prepared to address those 4?
They require very modest modifications to those definition, design.
Okay, let's get the generator off the table. I guess it makes sense to me that you would move the generator back with all the pool equipment. You would have all of your equipment back there. We've never seen anyone move a generator that far from their house. In fact, we have a tough time getting people to move it out of side yards. So if you could just talk a little bit about, you know how to operate it, it's got to be run every week or whatever, tested. Back there, I assume the noise is going to be lost in the grass, not on an adjacent homeowner. So what inspired you to move it back there?
That's a good question. So, there's actually a drawing house, and you see how that lands in the code compliant area. I think that was 5 feet for that house. I not be compliant from what I understand. Not only with the sign, not being compliant, but actually being more 800 volts on that side. The rear of the house poses an issue because there are so many windows in the building. The manufacturer's recommendation is that it not be within 5 feet. Further to that, we looked at never putting it in. The additional noise nuisance that it may eliminate to neighbors and to ourselves should be on site. We are aware of the maintenance involved. General look, and out of respect to our neighbors, that's probably the best solution.
Does the manufacturer approve of such a long distance?
The only recommendation.
I just want to confirm that.
And also just check, because the distance, the electric that travels through it will start to reduce. So you want to make sure that the wire size is correct as you come from that type of a distance, because that can cause more problems for you in the future if it's the wrong wire size. And I have no idea what that wire size should be, but just make sure that someone checks that.
We definitely don't want to introduce new problems, so let's make sure that we need an electrician.
Your engineer is not an electrical engineer. Your engineer is not an electrical engineer, is he? Well, if he was a civil, he might be able to do it too. Does the board have any questions for this witness about the generator specifically? Can we move on to the, I was going to say the elephant in the room, but the proposed 500 square foot cabana? Questions for the applicant?
Can you explain kind of where there's like a big tree line at some point, right, at a certain depth? Is that kind of where your proposed fence is in the backyard? Like beyond that is trees, or like do you have any program anticipated for the rest of the lawn beyond the fence? And have you experienced any, any debris or whatnot during rainfalls? Because this street is somewhat notorious for that. But I mean like large scale construction debris, tires and whatnot.
That's mostly present. So if you're familiar with the area, what used to be the Bar Oil lot has been developed. That's neighboring us. Between us and them is the town easement, which is about 50 feet, or town property, I should say, which is 50 feet wide, which includes a sewer on the far side of that. There could be debris that's far from seen now since it's so overgrown. So I guess unless you looked for it, you wouldn't know, but again, that's off of our property. And I wouldn't classify it as construction. I think it's, I wouldn't know what to call it. I don't know if it was a product of what.
Why such a large cabana?
I'm sorry, say that?
Why such a large cabana?
So good question. So the large cabana goes with our large family, particularly since we're not going to have a patio. We are looking to have a space that is somewhat usable. 100 square feet, you know, we poke fun at it, but it is the size of a small bedroom, where it's really not usable for more than a couple people at a time. This space is going to provide several things. One, shelter from the sun. You know, we have several people within our family that are sensitive to that. You know, some cases of skin cancer as well. We're sensitive that, you know, we want to stay in town for the long term, so we're actually planning for grandchildren, even though our children aren't that old. So we'd like to think that we'll have many people using the cabana and be of decent size. Because there's no patio, there'll be also an eating space within that. So if you think about gathering, once you add a table to a space, the chairs related to that, it starts to eat up that space. Originally, in terms of why is it exactly that square footage, and I'm not an expert on this, but it is an efficient building style since it calls for a 24 by 24 build. So, you know, in terms of cost efficiency, that would be the reason.
Could you tell the board what hardships you feel that you would encounter if you did not have this cabana?
So there's several, in fact. I've got some listed. So I mentioned the protection from the sun. That's more for my side of the family. It's a little bit of a history. So we're actually very concerned with the children as well, not to be exposed too much. We're a little overzealous when it comes to that. So without a patio, there would be nowhere to sit or eat in the outside. Right now, we don't have a place to sit or eat. You know, beautiful days like today, we've just got a little landing for a grill and, you know, a temporary picnic table, which doesn't really allow for more than 4 of us to enjoy at any one time. So often, it's not a great experience. You may or may not be familiar with the property, but over 20% of it is a conservation easement, which prevents us from enjoying that much of our property. So this is to help us better enjoy it. We've been in town for over 20 years. We've been at this property now, it's just past 5 years without spending much significant or fun time in the backyard. So, like I mentioned, in order to avoid a major development, we removed the patio, so that really makes it harder to enjoy the pool. Further, you know, still teenagers or preteen, but in the long term, we will want to enjoy and supervise children using this, so we will need a shaded area for that. You know, not so much a hardship, but just to give you comfort. You know, although our neighbor's been formally communicated to, we've also personally sat with them face to face. They're all looking forward to it. None of them have objected. So they're looking forward to actually sharing in that. Some other hardships, for instance, I mentioned the property next to ours, which is owned by the town. It's become overgrown, and although I sometimes do spray it for mosquitoes, there are a lot of pests and mosquitoes, and I'll tell you, like a clock, we know when it's about 7:30 at night, you just can't stay outside with, you know, with that much mosquitoes, and that makes it difficult as well. You know, there's other instances too. You know, just as a note, you know, we're clearly stating within the design that, you know, it's not to be used for anything other than day use, so there'll be no sleeping in there. Further than that, you know, there is some marijuana use in the local neighborhood. We're not sure from where, and that could, you know, really ruin the outdoor experience. So we're looking for a shelter so that we wouldn't have to retreat to the main house. So when it comes to smells like that, you know, it's good to have a place to retreat to without having to go inside, especially if we're gonna have a pool and expect to be outside. So we're looking for a not so large private space. It's large compared to the code, but in terms of size, you know, I would call it, you know, reasonable for a family of 6.
There's no seating around the pool, no seating space, no seating projected
If
around
you
the
were
pool?
to have a traditional lawn chair, I would say, you know, there's nothing stopping you from putting, you know, a lawn chair on the grass, sitting there, but, you know, as most would know, it's not something that would be conducive for long-term sitting or, you know, I'm sure you could sit by the pool, but, you know, not having a patio there, it really wouldn't make it easy to set up a shaded area. You'd have to wear an umbrella or some sort.
Mr. Venetia, could you not press the button when you speak?
Oh.
They have to, but you don't.
Oh, I don't have to work the
Yes,
button?
so it's actually turning it off.
Oh, I had that opposite. I thought,
They have to
okay.
do it, but you do not.
Excuse me. That makes it easier. Thank you. My finger was starting to hurt. Do I have to say all that again?
Because I don't want, yours needs to be controlled.
Okay.
So when you decided to take out all of these pavers, I guess I just want kind of confirmation, because I could see all of this being put in, and then you just hire a landscaper to do it after the fact, and nobody knows any different. So you didn't change the design, you just deleted some of the scope of work.
Exactly.
Why didn't you change the design?
I'm sorry. Why didn't we change the design?
Yeah, because I mean, oftentimes, you know, for a successful pool, I mean, basically the grass around the pool is going to be like a mud pit. I mean, you know, it's going to be splashed and whatnot, and
Sure.
That's why it is paved most of the time around a pool. So if you were deleting that, was there ever a recommendation to modify the pool, to bring it closer to the house, or to somehow change the design in order to make it a little bit more palatable?
Sure. So, good question. And, you know, as we started planning, understanding that as a major development, the costs would really skyrocket, this became our solution to not just afford it, but to be compliant. Bringing it closer to the home, I think, would actually make that mud pit issue worse, right? So we'd want to keep that away. There's, you know, it was a long discussion in our house, you know, what that would look like. And there are designs, you know, not normal in our neighborhood, but there are designs where the grass does go up to the pool, and we feel like it could actually be quite attractive if properly maintained. It's a different look, but it is a very common look. I think they have it out in Long Island a lot. But, you know, that's, from the very beginning, we've been doing this the right way, being very transparent with Boswell, knowing the cost of all this, learning the cost of all this. We wouldn't be taking that route if we were planning on doing that anyway. So now our intention is to do this correctly, and like I said, this is now our second home in Verona. We plan on being here a very long time and plan on, doing things the right way, I should say. I don't know. And again, part of the cabana is to have that dry area to sit and stand on. So we feel like that's our compromise to it in terms of the muddiness and so forth.
Could you not answer all your needs with a smaller cabana that will have less area for your backyard?
I don't think so. We've looked at different examples. We've worked closely with the architect. It's, once you put in a seating area, a table, those sort of things, I don't want to say it becomes less functional, but you do start to lose that freedom. And, that's just for our immediate family of 6. The other issue will be if we have a rather large family on both sides, and we hope to share it with them, including the neighbors and whatnot. Not to squeeze everyone in there, but we want to make sure that it's comfortable enough, given the cost. And like I mentioned before, it's a square 24 by 24 structure, which allows for that design. So I think that it's probably right-sized in design. It was a long discussion in terms of, how big we wanted it.
24 by 24 would be a good size 2-car garage, roughly.
I think so. And, if you're blessed to have a 2-car garage, it can fill up pretty quickly. And, especially if you were to put a, large patio table in there or whatnot, so. I would estimate, I'm not good with dimensions, but maybe less than half the size of this room.
Do we have any more questions of the witness for this application? I gotta push the button. Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who has a question of this witness about the application and the testimony that he's presented this evening? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public that would like to make a statement about this application?
I think there's more testimony, Mr. Chairman. More testimony, or you're...
Only if it's required. I'm not familiar with the formalities or the needs. I mean, these gentlemen have come, but, if it's not required, it's up to you.
Yeah, it's something for that. I was just going to ask some questions about how you're going to get the water from the shower, the bathroom, the sink, the drainage. Like, where's that all going? How are you getting it out to, I'm assuming it's coming back out to the street. How are you managing to do all that?
I could.
State your name and business address for the record, please.
My name is Mark Gimigliano, spelled Gimigliano, and I'm a professional engineer. My address is 21 Bowling Green Parkway, Lake Pacom, New Jersey.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
You're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey?
I'm a licensed engineer.
Excuse me, licensed engineer?
Yes.
And your license is current?
Yes, it is.
And have you testified in front of the boards in the past?
Yeah, many boards have been qualified as an expert in professional engineering in front of numerous planning boards as well as the Bergen County Superior Court.
And can you tell the board the benefit of your education, please?
Yeah, I've earned a degree in 25 years, licensed since 2008, licensed in both New York and New Jersey, and I have testified in front of numerous planning and zoning boards throughout northern New Jersey, although this is my first time here.
Mr. Chairman, it's apparent to me that Mr. Venezia is introducing the next witness as an expert in engineering, and it would be up to the board to accept or deny.
The board's okay with a Highlander.
Okay, so Joe did cover a lot of the project, and between his testimony and the questions, most of it was covered. What I would like to add, though, to it is the back of the property is really an isolated depression. It's lower than the street, it's lower than the properties next door, so water does collect in that area. And we first got involved with Joe on this project to try to fix the drainage system in the backyard. And we worked with Boswell Engineering, and we did have a plan to put some drains in the backyard and tie into the drainage system in Durrell Street. We were going to extend the sewer line, the storm sewer line in Durrell Street to drain that back area. But the second part of the project also included the pool and the cabana. And once we added those items in, then this became what the Verona's ordinance considers a major stormwater development. And in order to comply with those requirements, because of the nature of the backyard, because it is isolated and no water flows out of that area, it just became prohibitively expensive to comply with those requirements. So for that reason, the patio was taken away, the drainage connection to the street was taken away, and we're just installing those things that can be installed under the minor stormwater development ordinance. And so that's the reason why there's just the cabana and just the pool. I know the indoor space was very important to Joe as we were working through the design process, so that's why he elected to go with the cabana instead of the patio. But the cabana meets the setback requirements and location requirements. The lot complies with all the zoning requirements in the A3 zone, other than the size of the cabana, comply with the building coverage and the impervious coverage and the setbacks. So the variances are just for the generator and the cabana, which Joe went through in detail. The cabana will have water and sewer service, and sewer service will be provided by a small grinder pump, which is located underground behind the cabana. So all the waste lines from the cabana will go to the grinder pump, and it will be pumped up to the sanitary lateral in front of the house. Right now, the house is connected to the sewer system in the street, and will connect to that lateral on the property in front of the street. Stormwater, really, you can make an argument that nothing has to be added here because all the water drains off and doesn't drain onto any other property. But we did want to try to improve the conditions as much as we can for Joe back there. So we did add some drains around the perimeter of the development area. The roof leaders from the cabana will tie into those drains, and everything will go to an additional dry well. Right now, there's a dry well out there now that collects water from the roof of the home. We'll add to that so that increases the capacity. And the intent is to try to get more water into the ground and try to help him with some of the damp and flooding conditions that they've experienced in the backyard. That's basically the extent of the engineering testimony. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And Boswell appears to be satisfied with all of the solutions.
Yes, and they have a couple of comments in there, a couple additional items to be added to the plans. We have no issue with any of their comments, so we'll be happy to address them as conditions of approval if the board does approve this application.
I see a stove here. Is that a gas stove or electric?
It's going to be a gas.
So there also should be a gas line that goes all the way out then too.
There'll be a gas line in the vicinity anyway for the pool heater.
Just out of curiosity, what size pump is going to transport that water close to, looks like about 175 feet?
Yeah, it's a small E1 grinder pump. I don't know the exact capacity, but there's should be a design detail on the plans.
although when I printed out the plans, right on here, there's they, for whatever reason, not plotted. If everyone's plans have a blank square in the last page, upper left corner. Yeah, so it's the smallest pump. I mean, it's a very small flows, but it would be used for.
Mark, I have an older plan.
Have an older
Yeah. Here you go. So this is an older plan, but the same pumping system.
So it's a 70-gallon pump tank. It's a grinder pump, and it would be used for, for it has capacity for this, the amount of flow we're expecting from that use.
I wondered if I need that.
You've never seen one of those before?
They are actually a fairly common pump that you'd use them in for boathouses along the lake. They're used in basements to sewer abatement when the sewer line's higher. It's really one of the more common grinder pumps for residential use. And the way the grinder pump works is that a typical pump station, sewage flows in, and then when it gets to a certain level, is pumped out. In this case, sewage goes into the grinder pump, and it grinds it up into small pieces, and then it's pumped through this line, and the line is always full of sewage. There's a check valve at the end of the line, so it pumps it, and every time water fills up to a certain level in the pump, it pumps the sewage into the line, and it keeps pushing it along until it gets to the end at the lateral that connects to the street, and then it flows by gravity the way the sewage from the rest of the house does.
Any more questions for this witness? Want to bring any other witnesses on, Mr. Benitez?
It depends on your needs. We also have the architect of the cabana, happens to be the architect of the original structure as well. It's as you need him. He made an effort to be here, but only as required by you.
I see heads nodding no, so appreciate him coming. Folks, do you have any additional questions for our engineer or our property owner?
Can you describe the pool fence? What is that going to be?
Okay, I believe it's specified on the drawing, so just correct me, Mark, if I have this incorrect. It meets the code. There's special pool fences that, again, forgive me if I don't say the code, but that the right experts have spec'd it out. It's at the minimal height, which I believe is 4.5 feet from the bottom rung to the top, and there's rules around the spacing between the horizontal rungs, of course. I mean, they sell these pretty standard, and, as we've already started collecting quotes, everyone's very confident saying, yeah, this meets all the New Jersey requirements for a pool fence. They have a whole section of the catalog devoted to it.
It's a decorative fence, it's not a solid fence, so
Yeah.
you'll be able to see through the fence.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it as visually
Square metal, is it black or white?
black. Yes.
Is there anyone from the public who has a question of these two witnesses on the information that they presented this evening? Seeing none. Is there anyone from the public who would have a statement to make about this application? Again, seeing none, I would close the public portion of the application and turn it over to the board for deliberation. Don't all talk at once.
Well, I mean, I'll start off. I mean, I do like how the resident just changed the design around to start meeting a lot of our codes, because we know on this street there's been a lot of concerns, so it seems like he's gone above and beyond like what needs to happen for the pool. The cabana side, I totally understand his statement, and for the fact that he's done everything else, I'm sort of okay with what's going on with the cabana and the size.
So, no problems with the generator, obviously, as long as from a safety perspective, all good. I do feel the cabana size is large, but it's also in the lot size that you have and the shape. It's far from every, I would say, principal dwelling, yours as well as neighbors, that I'm okay with it.
Well, so just on the, cabana size, I mean, I think the only thing that concerned me was, it looks great and super cozy. And besides those windows falling asleep, the limiting it from folks actually like staying there as a residential, still kind of dwelling, because some people don't keep it. But I think the design mitigates it on its own, with how it's laid out with the amount of windows and stuff. So that was my only initial concern walking into it. But after really reviewing how it's designed, I don't think that's going to be a major issue, and I'll go with it.
Has anybody talked to you about what's called accessory dwelling units?
And forgive me, I don't want to say the wrong thing. I think what you're getting at is in terms of making sure that this doesn't become a long-term. Under no circumstances do we intend that. I mean, I can't guarantee that I might not fall asleep in the middle of the day, but we wouldn't want that. We're a little bit nervous in terms of, I know it's a great neighborhood, but I don't think we'd be comfortable staying out there in a structure like that. It's not intended for that. There's no sleeping quarters, so we spec'd it out in terms of it wouldn't be. So, and if you look closely, the whole front is open in terms of windows and doors. So it wouldn't, even if that was the intention, it wouldn't be very private. And in my experience, if you're thinking in terms of profiting from some sort of rental, I've been turned off to that sort of business long ago in my history. So I wouldn't want that, especially that close to where my family sleeps. So yeah, there's no intention to use it for that. It's purely daytime use.
So just to give you a little background on that, and for the board's education too, if you guys don't already know, it's one of the most hotly contested issues when it comes to zoning, almost anywhere. So there are some municipalities that have started to approve them. So Montclair is one of them. Montclair just passed their ADU acceptance. They have an ordinance now, so those are starting to pop up. Maplewood, I think Princeton has one, I think. So Verona does not. And to me, this very much does look like an accessory dwelling unit. I'm not kind of going on either side of that argument for now, but that's what it does look like for me. And of course, the best of intentions, I understand what you're saying. So that's just something for us to consider.
Well, we did have a candidate, definitely, I'm not going to name the person's name, but during one of the last council elections, that ran on the idea that he or she was in favor of the allowing the, what they call the granny flats, I think I'm not using the right terminology, to be placed in back of homes, and particularly there aren't too many lots in Verona that could accommodate that, but this happens to be one of them, so, by virtue of the size, it's a pretty big piece of property. But I don't think we can, think the worst of Mr. Venezia, in terms of that's not his intention of going ahead and doing that. I'm going to take him at his word that, he's just using it for recreational purposes. As someone who's put my dermatologist's kid through college, on the number of scrapings that have been done on my face and other parts of my body, I can understand your need for wanting to have an area that is shaded from the sun. My big concern is just the give up of the pervious surface here. I mean, and I guess the stormwater mitigation, that they've proposed to do, hopefully it'll work. I still, it's still, to me, I still prefer nature as opposed to, to man-made conveyances, wells or catch basins or whatever. But, I'm leaning towards, since they seem to have made accommodations requested by our engineering firm, I think they've tried to deal in good faith. So I'm leaning towards, approving the variances requested.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification, the ADUs, there was some pending legislation in the state, and ADUs are going to be mandated that every municipality had to have them, and they proposed standards including that you could disregard impervious coverage. Basically was something that was very, very intrusive, in my opinion, on self-rule for one, but basically anybody could create an ADU. I'm exaggerating, but that was the way many people interpreted it. I'm not sure that if the board restricted this, I'm not sure that if the state ever came out with that kind of law, that would not supersede any restriction that we put on here. But I think that Christie made a good point, that you could probably put in a condition that there will not be sleeping quarters, as a condition of the approval. If it ever gets to a conflict between a state ADU law and local law, then you could address it at that time.
But Councilor, what would be the effect of that if, say, 10, 15 years in the future, the town approves ADUs? Would that supersede a condition we put in? I mean, I wouldn't feel right about potentially limiting somebody's ability.
Town regulation would supersede any of this restriction. It's not a deed restriction, it's a restriction of approval. I would say, well, that's a good question. I think it would depend on how the language was drafted. I think if you're concerned about that, I could put that in a condition unless an ordinance, I think that resolves the problem. Unless a local ordinance or state law in the future allows such types of dwelling units.
And once again, the master plan,
and then the restriction would no longer be effective.
But that's not on us, then. It's on the governing bodies involved.
Well, because I don't think it's this board's place to potentially put restrictions on something that, it hasn't materialized yet and may, and I wouldn't want to disadvantage.
So you would, the new legislation would supersede this restriction.
So if it's any, consolation, just as a matter of opinion, I'm not sure if it counts. I wouldn't be in favor of those sort of, allowances if I had a vote. So it actually wouldn't make sense if I tried to profit from this. I could use the money instead to invest in a rental property for what this will cost us. And I wouldn't want my in-laws that close anyway, as much as I love them. So there's no reason to make this other than a daytime fun use.
On record,
So.
By the time they pass it, you might be the in-law.
That's true. That's true. I'll need a place, right?
It sounds like we are coming to a conclusion, and possibly someone would be interested in making a motion about this application.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to approve the variance required, maybe with the stipulation that they comply with all of the recommendations listed in Mr. Tenkate's last, memo on September 3rd. So I'll make that motion if somebody else wants to second it.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
Ready? I'm letting you lead. Dr. Cortez.
Yes.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix.
Yes.
Mrs. DiBartolo.
Admittedly, I'm appreciative of what you did. I'm going to vote no, because we have to consider the longevity of the property. So life happens, you could pack up and move next week, and then we have to deal with the fallout of our decisions, so I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Mathewson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston.
Yes.
Chair McGinley.
I also have a concern about using it as a house because I live in a four-square. So I have some concerns. I'm going to vote no, but by my count, the motion is approved 5-2. So we will have your resolution at our next meeting, and you can think about construction. This is winter. Sorry.
So, just for my understanding, is that adequate, a 5-2 vote? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We've had a motion to take a short break. We will adjourn at 9:21, and we will return at 9:30.
No, I was going to clear on up. Totally understand.
I was wondering. Yeah, let's ask the sheriff.
I know, I know. Well, you should have asked me. I would have gladly moved. They're not here tonight. Yeah. Whose is this?
They call that the bonus case. Somebody left their stuff here. I think that was the fellow with the pool that just left. Poor guy. Well, it looks like it's pretty close to getting approved. It's all approved now, so hopefully get to the building department to say okay.
Are we?
Okay, this mic is always hot. Theirs, they have to push the button. So don't say anything nasty about the board members.
He totally did on purpose. Oh, yeah.
To block out all the things that we say that aren't right. So the light stays on. To press it to turn it off. Yes.
Sean, you decided not to use the aerials, right?
That was the two closed options.
This one?
That one, yeah, one of the kids that she graduated.
This one?
Yeah.
And this one? And then finally, yeah, I don't have it in my slides. It was the 1-8, right? Doesn't matter. It's all right. What I'll do is, we'll mark it, tell them what it is. We'll mark the handouts, give it to them, let them pass them out. I'll keep one. It's a little laborious. But we'll do them one at a time, keep them focused on what your slide is. Maybe, unless you want to mark all yours to start with up here, but not give them all out.
So you said the girls are going to go back there. Got canceled?
I like that.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's mark it. And when you go to one,
You know when you're going to have to go again after that, or still not going to go for a while?
so we keep them focused and not going through. That way it keeps a little bit of yeah, and they're focused on you. Yeah, I get it. No, I know, and you're the planner, that's why I'm trying to accommodate how you want to present it. Is that all right with you?
That's what happens.
It serves no purpose to get them
It's
out
all
after
downhill
you-
from there.
But as you go through each board, then we'll hand it out.
So it keeps on going faster and faster and faster. Till you get to the bottom.
Really? I was just telling you.
We should have enough time. 9:30.
I would go very fast if I were you.
Sorry, you reached the character limits.
That's what it is. I don't understand some of the first. You're going to have to explain it to me someday. Huh?
Who said the bear? Well, there are bears. Did you see the bear? Come on. It's on West Verona. Everybody in our years ago.
It was the ATM didn't get approved.
But it was.
I didn't think that was going to go so easy. Just so you know.
It's just like all this. No, it's not on that street.
That was the Wells Fargo. I ran out there.
Did you get them?
So Greg,
No, it was Wells Fargo.
Oh, it's Wells Fargo stuff.
Really? Is it Wells Fargo phone for you? My phone?
What?
It says Wells Fargo phone.
So that was Mike Sullivan was over.
But they found it. That's a pig.
They were on for beer.
Tonto was covering for somebody, and when I saw him, he said, it's a ATM. I'm not going to have to speak.
How could this be a problem?
So, yeah.
Yeah, but when you have inconsistent drawings.
But they say that the door's going to lock behind you. Like, everyone knows how the ATM works. You get it. Use your card, you get it, right? It's like silly.
Well,
Now look at the architectural.
no, I can't. I'm going to be talking. You want me to drool as I talk? No, I'll be all right. Thank you.
I would love one. Can I have one? Thank you.
I left two folders on Greg's chair. They were left over here. I thought it was the applicant.
We
that
think
just
it was
left,
from
but it's
Mike
actually the
Sullivan.
Wells Fargo. I opened it up. Yeah. But they're on his chair, so yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for the mints.
All right, let me have, where are your drawings? Oh. How many do you have here? How many do you have here?
There are 12. There should be 12.
Well, that's the plan. Okay, I'm gonna give them 10. Those two can share and the rest can have one. That leaves this for us. I'm gonna mark them. I think he'll probably have us mark them individually because you have the boards marked to mark individually, so we'll do those.
Okay.
If you get a
I don't
little
have a marker. Oh, I have a pen.
That's good enough. What, do you think they have to read it from up there?
Oh, you gotta mark those. Okay.
No, well, I'm just gonna tell them. I'm not gonna sit here and mark them.
Should I mark those
We'll
up
mark
there?
those, and then when we hand them out, we'll say the first one is A1. Well, it's not A1. We're starting with A5, 6, and 7. But I'll tell you what.
5, 6, 8, 5, 6, and 7?
Yeah.
I can write them right now.
No, because I'm not, I want to confirm with Greg that I got my numbers right in case I missed something that was already number 5. So we'll do it. Do it quickly.
There was one
Wow,
minor thing.
it's not a whole lot there.
According to the contractor, another few pieces have come in.
Yes, oh my God.
Yeah, right?
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm not with that whole thing. I even talked to some of my friends in other
Give it
states.
to them now. Give it to them now, or are they going to get distracted? I think maybe give it to them now. They're going to start looking at it. That's the problem. What's wrong with that? Got to have more time to study it.
Sure. They'll think about more questions to ask.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, let's go back on the agenda at 9:32. We have a board member and a board attorney missing. Apparently there was a longer line than anticipated. Counselor, if you
Would you like my appearance, Mr. Chairman?
if you
I don't mind starting without them. I'm not going to say anything important anyhow. So,
you were right.
yeah. For the record, Jack Dusenberry, my office is in Fairfield. I'm representing EVI Realty, the applicant. Tonight is the third appearance of this application. We're hopeful it'll be the final as long as we have enough time, and I think we will. I would like to have Doctor here before I actually say some of my opening remarks, but all right, generally we're, yeah, they want him. Yeah.
Bill's on his way in.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Okay.
I apologize. I thought it would take less time. It took a little bit more time than we thought.
Okay, as I said a moment ago, this is our third hearing on this application. We pretty much wrapped up last month the site plan issues, the traffic issues. What is left, when we heard from Starbucks, from the applicant, the operational issues, what really has been left here is the planning testimony, and that basically relies on all the underlying testimony that's going before it. So in order, when we started to meet with our planner in anticipation of this evening, it became apparent that we needed to have a little more engineering input, because what we want to do tonight is to show you some scaled graphics to give you a visual. You know, pictures are worth 1,000 words. So Mr. Rapp is my first witness. I'm going to start off, he's our engineer, and we're going to present to you 3 slides, and we're going to do it both on the easel as well as I have a set of handouts, 11 by 17 for you, so that you can get a closer view of that. But let's wait and mark it. The first thing I want to tell you that is overriding for this entire evening's presentation,
when we left here last month, we all kind of caucused and we said, all right, we've got a pylon sign, it's the elephant in the room, and our assignment was to reduce the height of the sign as low as it can be while still being effective to meet the safety requirements of traffic on Pompton Avenue. So that's what we did. And as we worked on the buffer for the last meeting, and we came up with a proposal on that I think was pretty acceptable, we were able to reduce the height of this sign by 5 feet. So we're asking that you note that the application is amended. It's reduced from 25 to 20 feet. And as you recall from the testimony, that base is 2.5 feet below the grade of Pompton Avenue. So effectively, we're proposing this at 17.5 feet, and I'll get into that with Mr. Rapp in a moment. But I think it's an important reduction, and we hope that we'll be able to demonstrate to your satisfaction that this sign is appropriate, that it's well designed both in height and location. And having said all that, you don't want to hear from me. Mr. Rapp, you understand that you continue to be under oath.
Yep.
All right, and your license continues to be in good standing. And you're a professional engineer, and those were your qualifications before the board 2 months ago.
Yep.
Okay, in the interim, you were on vacation. Mr. Schrager testified for you.
Yep.
Did you have occasion also to watch the video of that meeting?
I did.
Okay, so you're fully up to speed on everything that's going on.
Yep.
All right. So will you tell the board what you've done and what you're intending to present this evening?
Sure. So acknowledging that the sign was an issue or just a questionable point for this application of height, we decided to do a few sign exhibits, a sign study for the site. We took pictures from the left lane, which is the lane that is of concern, because in order to get over to the Starbucks, you have to change lanes by the time you're at Claremont, so you can get into the right lane to get into the Starbucks. And based on NJDOT standards, stopping sight distance for a 30-mile-per-hour road with a 35-mile-per-hour design speed is 250 feet. So we took our first exhibit, our first picture from 200 feet down from Claremont Avenue.
Mr. Rapp, let me just interrupt you for a second. Let's mark this. Mr. Macera, I think we're up to A5.
A5 is
for the
that's
applicant.
what my notes say.
So this would be A5, Pompton Avenue southbound, 250-foot distance. Oh, you want to take these from me, huh? Okay. And we're giving you sets of these exhibits in the same order that I'm laying them out to you now. So you've marked that one. You want to mark the next one, which is the southbound at 400 feet?
Excuse me, who took that photograph? That was my office, right, view engineer. But you did not personally take it? I did not personally take it.
But it was
I
taken.
working directly under DPD, yes.
Okay. Member of your firm under your supervision?
Under my supervision, yes.
Okay.
And I double-checked the locations back based on... We'll wait to get back on the road.
Okay, so Mr. Rapp, the second A6 is Pompton Avenue southbound at 400 feet?
Correct, yes.
And then A7 will be Pompton Avenue northbound at the Bloomfield Avenue intersection, correct?
Correct, yes. On the south
Okay.
side of the intersection.
All right, so have you marked all three of those?
I did mark all three.
That's 5, right? So in the order you have them, board members, A5, 6, and 7. I'm sorry we didn't have time to mark them. I would have had writer's cramp by now.
Okay, so the first picture we took was 250 feet, which is right at the stopping site distance required by NJDOT from Claremont Avenue. And the reason we chose this site distance is just to give a visual and to see if we can see the building. See if the building can be viewed from this distance back, whether the signs on the building can be seen, which would negate the need for a pylon sign. As you can see in this exhibit, you cannot see that the building from that distance back. We did place the pylon sign on this exhibit using elevations of signs from the survey and field measurements to determine what height we needed to place the Starbucks sign at. So we did double check, and we are at accurate heights for a 20-foot sign in this image.
Mr. Rapp, let me interrupt you for a minute. You've also superimposed the proposed traffic signal, have you not?
Correct, we did superimpose the traffic signals as well, and you can see those on.
And are you satisfied that the traffic signal and the sign as depicted on these 3 exhibits is to scale?
Yes, I am satisfied.
Okay, will you please continue?
Sure. So we originally did put the sign at the previously proposed elevation, 25 feet, and we noticed that it did stick up a little bit too high, so we wanted to lower it to a height where we would still, we wouldn't lose the effectiveness of the sign. So we placed it down at 20 feet, and that's what you can view from this elevation. We did another sign study from 400 feet back because changing lanes, the rule of thumb is you want at least 100 feet for every 10 miles per hour for the design speed. So for 35 miles per hour, you want at least 350 feet back from the intersection in order to change lanes safely and get in that right lane before the intersection. So if nobody has any questions, I'll move on to the next exhibit just to show you what that looks like.
Mr. Chairman, we've shared a couple sets with the audience, with the public.
Mr. Chairman, do we know, what does our current ordinance allow for signs height? Can somebody enlighten me on that?
Zero. We don't allow pylon signs.
Pylon signs, not permitted.
Just for my clarification, the sign that's down by Ray's Pizza is that was a variance? Okay. Do we know the height of that sign? Does anybody have an estimate? Okay, just curious. Was it?
Exhibit shows that it's going to be in front of what we're proposing, but it does show that sign, so you'll be able to see it there. We can take a.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
In this first photograph.
Yes.
The green sign that's standing there, what is the brick building that's behind that green sign? Is that not the proposed building?
It's the
No,
urgent care.
If you look further up after that building, yes.
That's up near 60 Pompton.
Okay, so we took the next picture at 400 feet back based on recommended guidelines for changing lanes prior to the intersection. And as you can see from the 400 feet back, the Starbucks sign is visual. There's an awning that is just clearing at that 400-foot mark. So if we were to lower, we were contemplating to see if we could lower it another 2 feet. If we were to lower it any more than that, it would get blocked further. So we think, based on our study, that 20 feet is the right height for this sign. You don't lose the intention of the sign or the effectiveness of the sign from that recommended 350-400-foot distance to change lanes. We also took a look from the Bloomfield Ave sign, which is shown in Exhibit A7. And as you can see from the south side of Bloomfield Ave, the Starbucks sign is basically, it looks almost even with the Raised Pizza sign. It is further back, so it's a little bit higher than the Raised Pizza sign, but it looks essentially the same as the Raised Pizza sign height. This is also from the left lane, or the left through lane from the south side of Pompton at Bloomfield.
Mr. Rapp, in every one of these pictures, you cannot see the proposed Starbucks building, can you?
Nope, you cannot. And I think that's why it's important to have this sign, because you're not going to be able to see the signs on the building if you're driving from the right lane or the left lane and have to change a lane in order to get into the Starbucks driveway.
How many times did you have to drive through that intersection to be stopped right at the red light to take the picture?
Like I had to scoot over here, people yelling at him, yeah. Yeah. Actually, he was on the street, yeah, so he wasn't stopped. Any questions?
What time were these photos taken?
They
What day?
Around 10 a.m. on August 30th.
Yeah, you'll notice on the frame itself,
You say it, yes.
yeah, they're date stamped.
So, and I don't have the site plan in front of me, but the sign would be perpendicular to, I guess, Claremont coming off from Montclair.
Correct.
You go off to that right.
Yep, I can pull up the site plan.
Yes.
The site plan, this was the same exhibit that was presented at the last hearing by Aaron Schrager. It would be, if you have Claremont, it's right, it would be perpendicular to Pompton Avenue, right there at the corner. So it's set back at the bottom of the slope because the new signal pole is at the top, and DOT requirements are 10 feet from sign to pole. So we've had to separate it by that much space.
So am I correct that, so that was, these were taken Friday morning, the Friday before Labor Day weekend? Did you take any pictures where there were other cars sort of in front of the viewpoint of the, I mean, did you have any photos?
I do not bring any with me. I know Wilson from my office that took the pictures. He did take, every 50 feet he was backing up and taking pictures from 250 feet to 400 just to get the visual of what's going on between those. So we used the closest that you want to be and the furthest you want to be.
Because I'm just not getting a good sense from this picture how visible that sign would even be if there were a bunch of cars in front of me, if this is where I am on the road.
From which one are you looking at?
The first one, the first picture, so the one taken from 250 feet away? Or, I mean, not actually either of them, 250 feet or 400 feet.
A good point. Unfortunately, there aren't any cars in front of us, but if anything, the sign would have to be raised higher than to be effective.
So, is it your testimony if there were cars in front of me and I'm driving at this viewpoint here, I'm at this 250 feet away, and there were cars in front of me, the sign would be less visible?
Possibly. We don't have that image in front of us, but possibly some of them can block it, but I'm sure there's points while you're driving where you can see it. So you can see it from as far back as 400 feet. So.
For what it's worth, I live on that street. Okay? I'm back and forth on that street many times during the day. Okay? This issue has been on my mind the entire summer, and I have been testing it out as I drive back and forth across Pompton Avenue. This rendering right here with the Starbucks sign, if you drive south and if you drive north, you can see that top of that building, and you see the Starbucks sign. And I think that's probably, as soon as you open the doors of that store, all you really need. That's my feeling about it. I have looked at this day after day, and I see that that is high enough for me to see when I'm going south and when I'm going north. Granted, that turn on Bloomfield Avenue, no matter what you have there, that turn on Bloomfield Avenue is going to be a toughie because you have another light on the corner. They put it in there. They're putting it in there.
But for
I can't vote on this application, but I can tell you that I have been watching this all summer long and looking at this roof and the top, and you can see that.
So just to clarify, you can't see it from a certain distance. If this was a one-lane road southbound or one-lane road northbound, this wouldn't be an issue. But since there's two lanes and if someone's driving in the left lane and they have to change lanes, they need to be able to see a sign a certain distance back to safely cross into the other lane in order to pull into the driveway.
You can see that Starbucks roof before, as you're driving south, before you get to Claremont.
You
can, but 250 feet back is the distance you need to safely come to a stop at 35 miles per hour at the traffic light, let alone you have to change lanes. So if you have to change lanes, you're typically looking over your shoulder 3 or 4 times, 6, 7 seconds go by. If you do the math, you're at 350 feet back where you need to start looking over your shoulder.
I don't think this is a major highway. I don't think you're getting people from Connecticut or New York State coming down that road. People know you're here.
Yeah, I know.
And they'll know you're here very soon.
Could we have questions, please?
So I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but this is more of like a facilities question. But how do the facilities determine whether or not they need a pylon sign? So to Dr. Reese's point, I've been going around and just observing every single Starbucks that I get my eyes on, and most of them do not have pylon signs. And arguably, they are a similar circumstance to this. There's one in Roseland, there's one in Livingston, there's one in Wayne, and none of those have signs.
There's one right off 23 down by the Willowbrook Mall that does not have a pylon sign. And they do have 2 signs in the building with the mermaid. I will grant you that. They've allowed the mermaid, and that's visible that way. If you go along Route 46, they are content with just being part of the sign that identifies all of the other buildings in the, so obviously they're in compliance with whatever that town has allowed for signage. And to Dr. Reese's point, since the last meeting, I live very close to there. I drive down Claremont Avenue on numerous occasions. I go back and forth on that intersection. You might miss the sign, you might miss it once when you first open up. But here's my problem, and I'm not going to answer your question, but I'm going to say what my problem is, because I get to vote and you don't, okay? My problem is, the sign is going to be there forever, okay? You might miss a little business for the first couple of weeks when you're opened up, but once everybody finds out that the Starbucks is there, to Mrs. Reese's point, this is not it's people who travel on that highway, I think, do it on a regular basis, okay? It's not a transit, where somebody is not knowing the lay of the land when they come down there. So they may miss it when you open up for a week. But once the word gets around that your Starbucks is there, you're not going to lose any business without the pylon sign. That's I'm giving you what you have to overcome for me. Okay, is that issue?
I'm sorry. This is like a different question.
So I know that you're saying a resident or anyone that frequents this highway, they're going to know it's there. Of course they are. But then there's going to be that one person that's in the left lane that doesn't know it's there. It could be now, it could be 10 years from now, that needs to change lanes, going to see it at the last second, and try and move over real quickly and get into an accident. So it's more for safety reasons for people that don't travel the highway every day.
And let me respond also by saying that all these examples of Starbucks without pylon signs, you're 100% right? But you're being asked tonight to consider this sign for this piece of property and this stretch of Pompton Avenue and whether or not it's appropriate. So that's your decision, not what Starbucks needs or not, because whether it's a Starbucks or some other restaurant, does that business that's going to be there, and you might say 10 years from now, need to have enough advance notice so that people will be able to safely transition to make the turn into the place of business without doing something stupid. You design these things for, I use the word stupid, it's probably a bad word. You design these things for the least capable drivers, not the people who are there every day and familiar with the site. All right, so now I've gotten into discussion. Can we get back to questions?
Absolutely. So I'll ask one. Are we still at the 5 foot or the 4 foot? Was that reduced?
This is reduced.
To be able, no, for the other medallion.
That one's still proposed. That's the variance we're asking for is a 5 foot diameter.
Okay. Just because that's pertinent to my next question. In this proposal, did you get a sense of, you talk about 250 feet, at what point the building is visible from this lane as you were doing your study?
We chose to start it at 250 feet.
when you were doing this, was there a sense at what point the actual building would be visible?
I believe you can start seeing the end of the next sign. 50 feet up, 200 feet up.
The building would be visible at 50 feet?
The end of the building. So you're going to be able to see it, but the lettering on that sign is very small. It's going to be very hard to see. And it's also parallel, so you're not reading it.
Well, the medallion is not, because I mean, that's what... Okay, because from what I don't have in front of me, do you know on the survey or the drawing, the issue is getting people to turn into the lot from the first street. Do you know about how far it is from the street to actually the second entrance?
From the street to this entrance?
Well, there's a second entrance, right? So the whole point is you're trying to avert people or mitigate folks throwing themselves into that other lane to turn into the street, but isn't there a second entrance?
So the reason I mentioned Claremont is because we would typically take it from this entrance, but Claremont goes from 2 lanes to 3 lanes. So if you're not in the right lane, by the time you're at Claremont Avenue, you have to cross 2 lanes to get into this right lane. So there's 3 lanes there, so that's why we did it from Claremont Avenue to safely change lanes. It makes sense.
I mean, again, I also will agree that I've driven that plenty of times, and you do see, okay, I'm good.
So,
Where does the 3 lanes start, just for my clarification?
Right after Claremont.
After Claremont?
From two lanes to 3 lanes.
Right where the new traffic light will be?
Yes.
It's the 12 feet that were dedicated years and years ago?
That's when it was added, yes.
so, can I ask you to provide your opinion about whether or not this is a quote-unquote busy intersection? So I don't live on this side of town. I don't go here very often, but when I do go here, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. It could be a Tuesday at 10 o'clock, it could be a Thursday at 8 p.m., a Sunday at 4 p.m., and it's always busy. It's always flowing. It's not ever like dead, except maybe at 10 o'clock at night or something. So is this a consistently busy flow of traffic? Like, is it consistent?
I didn't study the traffic. I know we have a traffic engineer that studied it, but I know that there are safety concerns at the intersection. They are putting a traffic light there for that reason, so there is significant flow there.
I guess I have a question maybe for our attorney. Mr. Massaro, at the end of the last meeting, you and Mr. Duesenberg got into a conversation about certain legal or technical issues, and you said you needed some time to review that.
I was just looking that up, just
Okay.
I had notes, but that was with regard to which request or what the board would consider as far as the type of variance that that I thought the applicant needed. I've had conversations with Mr. Duesenberry. I think it's probably premature now because I think their planner is going to address the variances. We discussed it twice since the last meeting. I believe that they will need 2 D3s. I also believe that they will also have to clean up, or it's best for everybody, that they clean up previous approval. So rather than going 2 paths that are divergent, that they take 2 parallel paths and then meet, so that everything is incorporated into whatever vote this board gives.
But where I'm going with this, wouldn't the sign issue sort of become moot if these other variances are not approved?
Well, yeah.
Okay. I mean, we're talking a lot about the sign.
But that's in every application.
Okay.
There's just like the last application, there, one wouldn't be moot. I mean, you gave the generator first, and then you said the pool. Here, you could give the use first, and then deny the sign. And my expectation is that there will be 2 votes at one point, which is very typical.
I'm not saying it's not typical, but I mean, when Mr. Duesenberg made his opening remarks, he basically felt that, or he's given all the testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, about the need for the use variances and the accommodations that you made, regarding the buffers and things of that nature. Is that an accurate statement. And now we're up to the sign issue.
That was, that was part of one of the paths that he suggested that the board could take, was that approval could be granted if the board gave a variance for the buffer. And for, the buffer went along with, hold on, I was just, like I said, I was looking it up.
20% open space.
The buffer went along with the 20% open space.
Okay.
Whereas the other way was the pre-existing non-conforming use. Again, I think it's going to be my recommendation. I think the planner is going to try to, bring this all together, so that you vote on everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions for the engineer?
Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who has a question of the engineer on the testimony he's presented? Ms. Chan? Would come up. Where should it come up?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, I'm Cindy Chen again. I just want a clarification on what do you mean there's 3 lanes? Where are there 3 lanes?
When you're driving on Compton southbound, there's 2 lanes, and then it opens up to 3 lanes. The right turn lane is added right after Claremont.
So you're talking that the potential Starbucks is right here. Going down Pompton, there's 2 lanes, and then it does turn to 3, right, where you make a left to go.
Yes, it turns
to 3. But once that turns to 3, though, right? So once that turns to 3, you're already past Starbucks.
No, it happens.
It's right there, right by the second entrance that you're talking about.
No, it happens right at Claremont. So it used to come up and they pulled the whole.
Oh, it is 4
road
lanes. He keeps saying 3. My bad.
No, it's 3 at Claremont, and then it becomes 4.
Right at Claremont.
Yes. So it's 3 at Claremont because it opens up into the right lane, and then when you get
So what is your concern again about the 3 lanes?
If you're changing lanes to get into the
Further
second driveway,
right?
You're crossing over 2 lanes if you're not already in the right lane at Claremont. So now you still have to cross over 2 lanes. It creates a really unsafe condition.
But there's going to be a traffic light you're putting up over there.
Well, what if it's green? What if you're driving while it's green?
Then it goes back to also all the other Starbucks that you're saying that are on, like she said, by Willowbrook Mall, in Roseland, by Eisenhower and Eagle Rock, where it's in the complex. There is no sign there. Denville on Route 10, major highway. There's no sign there.
You probably have a lot more sight distance to the building.
You don't, because I've been there.
Okay, I haven't been there, but
we could just talk about.
assuming.
I'm just wondering what you meant by the 3 lanes.
Any other questions?
So I don't work.
Not on this issue, but I'm just wondering what
I
you
don't
meant.
work for Starbucks, but I recommend it as a professional that they have this sign for safety reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is going to be awkward.
Sit down, please.
Okay, hi.
Join the bench.
Okay, hi. Lauren Yannin, a resident of Verona. I guess my question to you is I feel as if you're borrowing trouble wondering what people are going to do. And I think that that's wonderful when we look at like a safety aspect. But how certain can you be that these erratic drivers are not going to make this decision, sign or not? Like, I do not see how, if someone is a poor driver who makes poor decisions, seeing this sign that's now lower is going to solve someone's poor decision making.
Well, it's poor decision making because there's no warning. So I think that if we give a warning in advance, it'll decrease the chances for that poor decision to happen.
I think that could mitigate.
More time to think about or know that they have to make a poor decision or a good decision. But
Sure, I think that could mitigate a little bit of the risk, but I'm not sold that that's going to alleviate the risk of people who are not paying attention when they're driving. I don't think that it's. I think that we are assuming that people are going to make better decisions with a sign where I don't think that we have any proof of that. I haven't heard any statistics about this this type of sign solving potential traffic issues. I don't think that this is a point that we should spend any more time on.
What I can say is that as a design professional who's very sensitive to both sides here, we're taught to design to the norm. We're taught to design to like what is 90% right, and I totally get your point, but we can't possibly consider every single, issue that's out there. So that's just what he's representing.
Yeah, and respectfully, I feel like we've just spent so much time here, and I think that there's a bunch of people here who'd like to move on to other topics. Thank you.
Is there anyone else with a question for our engineer? Counselor?
Okay, I'd like to call.
You got to jump up fast.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Robert Dinudo, Claremont resident. My primary concern is the light pollution and eyesore of the previously mentioned siren on the sign. My question is there nowhere else along the frontage on Pompton Avenue of the property that the sign could be placed so that it would not cause that to the residents of Claremont? Because the placement puts it, as I drive down Claremont, it would make a lovely beacon in the fog to find Pompton Avenue, but for me it would be an eyesore. Is there no other point along the frontage of the property where the sign could be placed?
We looked at it, and there is a retaining wall along most of the frontage, and then you have a sidewalk that abuts the parking spaces. So it doesn't really present any places. And then after that, you have a whole bunch of traffic or existing sign here and poles and stuff along it. So we thought the corner was the best spot.
Understood it being the convenience of the existing design. I'm simply just saying from a functional, we'd be able to see it more easily from Pompton on coming the other direction towards Bloomfield Avenue. Again, my concern is the view from my home, which I don't think anyone would like having a siren beacon at the end of their street, is that I'm just curious if it was explored, possibly maybe losing a parking space or whatever was required to put it somewhere else along the frontage on Pompton.
Yeah, we didn't want to lose any parking spaces to keep the site compliant with the upper portion.
Thank you.
Mr. Rapp, doesn't the curvature of the road on Pompton also affect the height of the sign?
Curvature of
Well, if you move the sign further closer to Bloomfield Avenue, does the curvature of Pompton at Claremont, there's a little bit of a hump there, does that do?
I don't think it
doesn't affect it?
I don't think it would affect.
Okay.
It would actually make it better. I don't know if I'm still
Excuse me.
allowed to talk.
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Is there anybody else?
Not directly for you, comments.
Ball's back in your court, Counselor.
Okay, I'd like to call Donna Holmquist, our professional planner.
Ms. Holmquist, your name and business address for the record, please.
Donna Holmquist. The last name is spelled Holmqv, like in Victor, IST. I'm CEO and founder of Preferred Planning Group. The business address is 110 Chestnut Ridge Road, Suite 192, Montvale, New Jersey, 07645. I have not testified in Verona before, so I'll give my qualifications.
Can you raise your right hand first, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes. I received my undergraduate degree in American Studies with a concentration in urban planning from Rutgers University. I hold a Master of Urban Planning from NYU. I've been licensed as a professional planner in New Jersey since 1990. That's also the year I was admitted to the American Institute of Certified Planners. I founded my firm in 2018. I've worked for a series of engineering and planning firms in New Jersey and also New York State over the course of my career. I have qualified as an expert professional planner in over 130 municipalities in the state of New Jersey, throughout the state, all the way down to Gloucester County, and as far out as Sussex County. I have been qualified as an expert professional planner in Superior Court, Tax Court, and I'm representing the Borough of Emerson in a federal court matter right now. I'm also on the board of planning advisors for NJPO. I speak every year at the League of Municipalities. This year I'm doing planning gremlins, land uses that defy logic and definitions and give boards agita.
We asked to accept her as a professional expert in planning.
Thank you, thank you. So if I could just go into my testimony, I've reviewed the plans, I've been at the site multiple times, I'm familiar with Bloomfield Avenue, Pompton Avenue, and Claremont Avenue. I've looked at your master plan, your zoning ordinances, and I have also formulated 4 exhibits that I'm going to use to accompany my testimony tonight. We have the large exhibits for the easel, and we've also made 8x11 handouts so that you can have a closer look. What I'm going to go through in these exhibits is a little bit on the geometry, the land uses that are in the area, again, why I think this sign in question, if you will, the pylon sign, is appropriate and reasonable and necessary at this location. Secondly, I'm going to give you a summary with visuals of signage that exists in the area. I have estimated the signage. We use Nearmap for aerial imagery. A lot of surveyors use it because it has other functions such as true ortho and oblique function that is very accurate with measurements. That's how I estimated the size of the other signage in the area that I'm going to discuss with you tonight. And then lastly, we prepared 2 artistic renderings in concert with the engineer. He had the CAD capability, and he has verified that our representation of the signage is accurate. And so I'm going to present those 2 renderings to you as well.
And you're also going to talk about the D3 variances, are you not, and those relating to the site and the existing conditions?
Yes, the township ordinances allow mixed use as conditional uses, and there are certain requirements for those conditional use aspects on a site. As you know, the site has existed as it is for some time, so there are some deficiencies. We are minimizing some of those, and there are also some existing nonconformities regarding the ETC zone requirements that I'll touch on. But the main thrust of my testimony tonight is to demonstrate to you that you're empowered to grant the variance for the pylon sign in conjunction with the C criteria per the municipal land use law.
You want to mark all 3 of your, you have 3 exhibits you're going to use? Or
4.
Okay.
4. That would be 8.
You're starting with A8. Will you tell the board what that is?
A8 is going to be figure 1, unique features. You want me to mark them all now?
Prepared by, and the date, please.
Prepared by Preferred Planning Group. The date is September 12th.
Thank you.
A9 is existing conditions, figure 2, the same date, prepared by my firm.
That was existing condition?
Yes.
Okay.
A10 is 30 Pompton Avenue rendering. And that also has the date of September 12th by my firm. And then A11 is 30 Pompton Avenue, Claremont Avenue rendering, same date, prepared by my firm. You're all familiar with the site. I won't name all the land uses, but we have used Nearmap area.
Let me interrupt you just for a second before you start with this exhibit.
Oh.
Okay. How many do you have in that?
I think we have 20.
I'll keep a couple for the public.
Thank you.
exhibit that we used as our base map was an image from Thursday, June 20th, 2024. So it's very recent. What we've outlined in white, as you can see on the western side of Pompton Avenue, is the site in its entirety. Of course, the subject building is at the northerly end of the site. We have the Ray's Pizza, the vacant Huntington Learning Center and Pompton Spa occupying the central building. And then you can see the Acura, I believe it's the service facility that is on our site, and extending far to the west behind the residential properties on Claremont is more parking for the car dealer facility. So there you can see the extensive frontage of this site, and also just commenting that regarding the mixed use section of the code, which is section 150-8.3, that stipulates the conditions for conditional uses in the ETC zone. I call your attention to how oversized this property is. The minimum lot size that's required is 1.5 acres. We have 3.28. Two of the conditions are not complied with, as was discussed previously, and that corresponds to the minimum open space and landscaped areas required to be 20%. The existing condition is 10.1, and with the landscaping that this application is providing, that increases to 10.4. So we are lessening that nonconformity. So in terms of the D3 conditional use standards, we are making the situation better with this application. The second condition that's not complied to under existing conditions is the requirement for a 15-foot buffer adjacent to residential uses. Currently there's a 4-foot buffer. We are increasing that to 7.1 feet. So again, in terms of the D3 conditional use standards, we are increasing the conformity of this site and lessening the nonconformities. That's the extent of the D3 aspect of this application. I want to take you through the things that I noticed when I made the trip out and looked at the aerial imagery of what I think you should be considering as the unique features of this site, other than what I have gone through just now with the lot dimensions. But starting at the southerly end, you can see here, when you're looking at the area in totality, what's called the horizontal curve of the roadway. Now, when I was at the southern leg driving, you know, this entire area, myself personally, not someone from my firm, I did it. When I was at the southern leg, I was forced to look at this, I believe it's Pep Boys on the corner. When I was stopped here, I could not see this far up the roadway. So I think that's a factor. If I then continue north, the other aspect that comes into play is this merging traffic. That would be westbound traffic on Bloomfield Avenue turning northbound and joining with the traffic flow on northbound Pompton Avenue, all of which merges into 2 lanes. Now, the frontage of the site, where I'm touching with my finger at the corner to about the driveway, that's only about 160 feet. It's very short when you're going 30, 35 miles an hour, and you have this merge occurring as well. When I was driving northbound, I really had to turn my head to the left to see this building, and I was going, you know, at the speed of traffic. I don't think that's a safe situation for anyone to have to do that, to actually turn their head off the travel lane and look at the building, because you really are paying attention to a lot of movement of volume here. It's, when I was out there, I'll introduce photographs later. I believe I was out there on Saturday, August 31st. I was not the only car here. So I think it's absolutely necessary to have demarcation. When we're looking at what's happening when you're traveling southbound, there's a very big vertical curve here. The road goes downward, okay? It goes downward from Claremont to Bloomfield, and it's a very substantial curve. When you are approaching the Claremont Avenue intersection, you cannot see the roadway down here. It drops off that steeply. I'm going to estimate, I'm no engineer, but I think it's maybe 6% grade at least, because it really affects your visibility. So you're traveling southbound and you're already wondering where's the rest of the road? Which way, if I'm not that familiar, I'm like, where's the rest of the road? Then you're bombarded with these signs that all of a sudden you're going to widen up to 4 lanes. Some of them are dedicated turning lanes. It's a very large intersection of movement over here at Bloomfield Avenue. So in addition to the vertical curve, we obviously have bus stops here too on both sides, but most particularly right here at the corner. So I would imagine that my view might even be obstructed as I'm approaching southbound by a bus that's stopped there. Lastly, the building setback is very important, because now you can see, when you look at the area in totality, how far forward the building to our north is, and also how far forward the building to our south is. The proposed Starbucks is tucked back, not visible. Not visible unless you're turning your head as you're driving by it. So having set that foundation of the unique physical features that affect this site, I'll go to the next exhibit.
So this is A9, existing conditions?
Yes.
Don't get up next time, I'll bring it to you.
These photographs were taken by me, and the date was, as I said, Saturday, August 31st. What I was attempting to accomplish here was, are there freestanding signs? If so, how large do I think they are? Are we proposing something compatible with the developed character of this area? And is this applicant's request for this sign at the height that's requested, and also the size, the dimension of the medallion, is that reasonable? And is it going to detract from the neighborhood? So looking at the first photograph in the upper right, it's entitled View from Pompton Avenue. Here you can see number 50, the building to our north, on the north side of Claremont. Based on my measurements on the true ortho of near map that we use, I estimate to the right-of-way line, which is about equal to the setback, the sidewalk, excuse me, that's no more than 9 feet. I think I'm being generous saying it's 9 feet. It's probably 8 foot something. It's a really minimal front yard, and it completely obstructs your view. You're also forced to look at this sign, kind of warning you, you better get ready to decide if you're going left or right, depending on where your destination is. Kind of unusual to me that we're so crushed for space. This is actually on the site of this building. There's just no room in the roadway, right-of-way, to have that signage. The monument sign for this building to our north My best estimate is that it's about 25 square feet, maybe a little more, slightly more, somewhere between 25 and 26 square feet. That's totally consistent with what we're proposing in our pylon. Shifting to the second picture, this is the grassed area. We're traveling a little farther north. This adjoins the building at the corner, number 60 Pompton Avenue. These are both, according to what I saw when I was out there, medical office buildings. So we have a freestanding sign with the address. And when I was out there, I don't know, maybe this was a tenant sign at one time. I don't know what the text on that sign was. When I was out there, the panel had been taken out. So looking at this, the building on this site is set back very far from the right-of-way. And I would estimate this sign panel with the street address to be about 21 square feet. I think this panel is bigger at about 31 square feet. So these are the things that I was looking at to determine, do I think the size of this pylon sign is reasonable? And so I'm already, based on these two, saying yes, it is. Thirdly, the bottom left, there's a very large monument sign. I'll call it monument sign. There's a brick monument, and it has various sign panels above it. And it's for Ray's Pizza and Pumpkin Spa, I believe. That's on the south side of the driveway. And you can see there's not a lot of room here. We have utility poles, lighting poles. There really is no space to put another sign. And I don't think adding another panel is going to do the job here. So I would not advise anyone thinking that that's appropriate and reasonable. Because all it would do is make this sign higher. More of a mismatch, if you will. I think most communities want uniformity, and they want signage that enhances their commercial areas, and that would not enhance the commercial area. By my estimate, the sign faces in total are about 32 square feet on that sign. I think the monument itself is maybe about 4 feet high or thereabouts, and I think the panels on top to the top are maybe another 8. So I'm going to estimate from grade all the way up maybe 13 feet. The last photo on the right, number 4, Claremont Avenue intersection. I think it's important to note what is around the area. The ETC zone that our building is in, it allows three stories for a building. And as you can see right across the street, we have the 3-story building, number 25, which is a co-working facility. They have multiple wall signs. You can also see quite clearly where the roadway starts to widen out right at our site. So all of a sudden you're getting ready to shift lanes or pick a turning lane. You're distracted, in other words. And you still, based on the shrubbery of the property on the north corner, you cannot see the building for the Starbucks. So I think these are all very significant features, and they make this site very unique. I'll just touch on the ETC zone area and bulk requirements. There are existing nonconformities on the site. The maximum impervious coverage that is allowed is 80%. And the existing site is 89.9%. And this applicant is adding landscaping and reducing that nonconformity to 89.6%. So making it better. And again, with the ETC zone, there's another requirement similar to the mixed use requirement that you have a minimum landscape buffer along a residential zone of 15 feet. And as I stated before, we are improving the existing standard, the existing condition from 4 feet to a little over 7 feet. Our parking and loading conforms. There are existing nonconformities regarding parking in the front yard, minimum parking setback, and the pavement in the front yard. Those are all existing. We're not exacerbating those in any way. Turning to the signage, when I looked at your signage standards, obviously we're asking for a variance from section 150-7.9X12, and that is the section of your code that prohibits ground signs, freestanding signs, pylon signs, outdoor advertising signs, and billboards. So whether variances were granted for these other signs that I've discussed, I don't know. But they're there. And as a planner, I look at the character of the area and whether what this applicant wants to do is consistent and compatible with not only what exists, but how does it fit in with your prohibition? And more importantly, when I look at the master plan, I say to myself, why did Verona ban all these types of signs? It's a little bit unusual. Most communities don't have an outright ban on them. So we'll get to that in a minute. But the other thing I thought was very interesting when I looked at the township code was in section 150-7.9W4. It states that the ETC zone, by special permit, allows electronic signs. I was very surprised to see that one. It talks about digital display systems, DDS, it says, and electronic message centers, EMC, allowed in the ETC zone with the following conditional regulations. And I'm going to list them right out of your ordinance. A is no video animation, etc. B, minimum duration of 60 seconds prior to changing the message. C, no fading, scrolling between messages. D, lettering single color per message. E, auto dim capable. F, malfunctioning sign goes blank. I think our freestanding sign is far less intrusive than either of those options. They are required to have construction permit, special permit, but those are the standards. And I think our sign is much more compatible with the ETC zone and its developed character than having an applicant come before you seeking permission for something like that. Now I'm going to get into the signs themselves and the dimensions.
You can.
Right. Here we looked at the site plan that was submitted to you. The details of the architecture of the building. And then we created an artistic rendering of what this proposed sign is going to look like with the building. We tried to pick the two critical angles. And when I say critical angles, I'm talking about impact to the township. The township has this outright ban on any ground sign, freestanding sign, and yet we look around and we see that they're there, they exist, and it isn't like they exist on only one site near us. They exist on multiple sites near us, including our own site with Ray's Pizza. So what this applicant is proposing is 3 signs. One of them is the freestanding sign, and then there's 2 wall signs. Now your code has standards for wall signs. There's only one standard that we don't comply with, and that's on I'll call it the side of the building, but it is the side of the building that faces the driveway. It's what's going to orient somebody once they pull into the driveway. And that's more clearly shown on the other exhibit that I'm going to go to next. But our signage, we have about 90 feet of frontage on Claremont, and as I said, from our driveway to the corner is about 160 feet. Now, the proposal is to have the outdoor seating right near the building entrance, and you're really not going to be able to see that from Bloomfield. I'm going to reiterate again that this zone allows a building to be 3 stories where we only have 1, 3 stories and 50 feet. We're asking you for a 20-foot high sign. Obviously, the site could be redeveloped and somebody, assuming they could fit the parking, right, could put a 3-story building here. And the zone allows 80% coverage, so it would be a very large building. That's another reason why I don't think what this applicant is asking you for is unreasonable, inappropriate, and out of character with the area. I look at what height is allowed in the zone, and it's quite tall. The lollipop, we'll call it, the lollipop freestanding sign, the pylon, is only 28.27 square feet on each side. A logo is going to be very recognizable to people, not forcing them to turn their head and read the lettering, which I think is extremely tasteful and low-key on this building. It really blends in, and it's not really noticeable. When you're driving northbound on Bloomfield, and you're dealing with the merging traffic, the horizontal curvature, are you really wanting people to turn their head to read that? I wouldn't if I was on this board. Having a logo is instantly recognizable to people. Everyone knows what that is, and they also know, as they're traveling northbound on Pompton Avenue, that they need to start getting over to the left turn lane to make the left turn at the signal that's going to be there. There's not a lot of time to make that decision. I'll reiterate again, it's only, from this driveway to the corner, is only about 160 feet. Even when you're going 30 miles an hour, that's very fast to make a decision. It's seconds to make a decision. I didn't spend a lot of time really highlighting the difference in grade. I talked about the vertical curve, etc. But as our engineer said, it's about a 2.5-foot depression from the roadway. Our site is about 2.5 feet lower than the roadway. And that also is a factor in visibility of this building. Don't forget the wall and the fence. Everything is set down beyond the roadway. That also makes this building location extremely unique. So if this board has any trepidation about, oh, we're opening the floodgates, we don't like freestanding signs in this town, this is the site to approve it on. There really is a unique situation here with the difference in elevation of this property.
Donna, before you go on to the next one, this rendering does not show the signal yet, does it?
Not on this one.
Okay,
No.
so just point to the board where that would be, because that would add additional visual clutter to that visual.
Yeah, we'll confirm with the engineers, but I think right about where the utility pole is, or somewhere about there, there would be a signal arm across Claremont.
Right to the left of the sun, right by the end of that key, where the fence is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The rendering's also missing another sign you propose. So you have another sign proposed right where those 3 shrubs are for Starbucks entry, which you're not showing here, which would be visible.
Are we talking about a directional sign? Where are you talking about?
Where those 3 shrubs are.
I thought we had no directional signs. We have no directional signs.
They're noted on the site plan as the entrance and exit signs, and the no left turn, no right turn on.
Well, are we talking
left
about
turn sign.
MUTCD signs, like traffic regulation?
Traffic's paying, but the Starbucks center sign,
Right.
Starbucks indicated that they only need them for drive-through services.
So those are scrapped from this application then?
So that, on the site plan, the site number, that sign number 3 is not going to be installed on Compton or Claremont?
Yes, not going to be installed.
Correct.
So on A11, same type of thing.
Hold on a minute. You insist on getting it? It's easy with this one. Stop making it harder.
Thank you. That was just a coincidence. Copy paste action.
So I think the board has the handout now. I'm going to be talking about A11, which is 30 Pompton Avenue, the Claremont Avenue rendering. And here you'll see we did try to put the signals in. They don't look as professional as our engineers, but we did try to put the signal arms in there so you can see the intrusion. What I want to focus on here, other than the 3-story building across the street, which I think really dominates your view when you're on Claremont, is the siren, the medallion, the wall sign, the circular wall sign on the side of our site facing Claremont. So that wall sign is round. It's a 5-foot diameter. Your ordinance for wall signs only allows 4-foot height. So obviously, because it's a round shape, it's not a uniform 5 feet, like a box or a rectangle. It's really, the midpoint is the highest point of the diameter dimension. And the square footage of that is 19.63 square feet. If we were to reduce that sign and not have any dimension above 4 feet, so take a foot off it, but it would shrink the whole thing all the way around, right? That would reduce it by about 1/3. Are you really going to see it? The whole purpose of the signage on this side of the building is for anyone entering from Claremont coming into the driveway, because now, of course, you know we have the bump out because we're adding landscaped area and reducing impervious coverage. So we have the bump out with the parking. So you're going to pull in and you're looking to your left, although there's probably movement over here, right? Because we have the 24-foot travel lanes, 2-way. So you're pulling into the site. What is the first thing you want to know? Where's the entrance? The entrance to this building is right near the covered outdoor cafe area. So the function is not only to balance the size architecturally and aesthetically with the wall that it is mounted on, but also to not shrink it so much that nobody can tell what they're looking at when they're pulling into a critical juncture of the site. Because we have movement, I'll call it conflicting maneuvers, but we have movement in the driveway, we have movement in this circulation aisle, and we may have movement in the rear circulation aisle. We want people to decide that their entrance is to the left and not hesitate, because also somebody may be pulling in behind them, right? It's no good having a hesitation, a delay in movement at the throat of a driveway to the site.
I'm sorry, did you say covered outdoor area? I thought there was only,
Recessed.
I thought there was only tables and
That's
with
right.
umbrellas.
Yeah, it's recessed.
It's an alcove.
It's not very
Oh,
visible because, you know, everybody was talking about other Starbucks. A lot of them have no covering over the patio or cafe area. This one does, which I think is a really nice feature.
I'll tell you, like 100% of the people coming up Claremont is not going to have any problems knowing there's a Starbucks there. Because anyone coming up Claremont lives in Verona. There's no chance whatsoever that there's any possibility that someone coming up Claremont is not going to know a Starbucks is there.
And anybody approaching the site from northbound Pompton Ave has to access from Claremont. They have to. If you are traveling northbound on Pompton Ave, coming from Bloomfield, right? If you're coming from Bloomfield, traveling northbound, you cannot make a left turn into the driveway here. You have to access from Claremont. And so people coming from northbound Pompton, making the left turn, coming in the driveway, hesitation is not going to help safety here.
Yet if I understood you correctly, you're not going to have any sign by the driveway to indicate where the opening is for them to turn in.
The applicant, I'm sorry, sir.
No, I mean, one of the renderings that we had before, to Mr. Mathison's point, you know, if he had a small sign there and just said, you know, entrance or something like that, to me that would be safer than just them having to guess, making that turn that you just suggested. I totally agree with you. The only way they can get in there is to come in through Claremont Avenue. But it would be, you know, then they'd have to be very cautious as to where the driveway opening was, where if there was a little bit of a, I'm not talking about a huge sign, I'm just talking about entrance or something like that.
May I just clarify
Yeah.
this for a minute? Mr. Rapp answered correctly, but just because Starbucks says, well, we don't need them anymore for this type of a cafe and layout, doesn't mean we won't put them in if you think it's, and it sounds to me like it should stay in the application. Directional signs, I don't care if Starbucks. Please, let's strike the testimony that those two directional signs are removed. Yes, they're not in her depiction, but these are small de minimis directional signs.
I would also clarify, board member, may I? The thrust of my testimony about this wall sign is not where the driveway was. I may not have made it clear enough when I spoke, so I'm going to amplify it now. As a planner looking at this sign, it is to tell people where the building entrance is, not where the driveway is. And also, I would caution, you know, it's up to the board, of course, if they want those directional signs, but they do get covered over by snow and things of that nature. So, but this sign, in my opinion, is necessary because when you pull into the driveway, as everyone coming northbound on Pompton Ave will, you need to know where the entrance to the building is. You have to orient yourself on the site once you're on it. So it isn't about where the driveway is, in my opinion.
So earlier, we heard testimony that there was no other place to possibly put this pylon sign. And now it looks to me, I mean, I'd like to know, why would it not be appropriate to put the pylon sign where that directional sign would have been? It looks like there's a piece of land right there with grass on it. Why couldn't the sign be there?
Because the building, I'm going to cover it up for a minute to respond to you. This building, part of the function of this pylon is for everyone traveling southbound.
Right, but isn't there a monument sign sort of right after that for Ray's Pizza and some of the other places? Right. So that sign also serves for people traveling in that same direction to access those buildings as well, those businesses.
That's this sign? Right. Yeah. So,
Why would it be not appropriate to put a sign, right before that in that area?
before, I honestly don't know where you would fit it. I don't. I'm looking at the photograph and I see a utility pole, a light pole, and I don't see any room for it.
Talking about, just so we're clear.
Under A10.
A10.
Just so we don't get off on it, the engineer tells me the reason it wasn't located there is that little triangle right by the entrance has a manhole in it.
Big utility manhole in it.
We proposed to convert that from the stones that are around it into some of that little bit of green space we picked up, but we couldn't put the sign there. There's a manhole right in the center of that area. And then Mr. Rapp, that would be your testimony?
Can I ask you then about the signs, and I'm sorry, I'm going to mess up the exhibit, the exhibit with the Ray's Pizza sign on it. A9. Okay. So, I think your testimony was that those signs are, and that's a monument sign, and that they are approximately, by your estimation, 13 feet tall.
From the grade to the top is about 13 feet. That's what I estimated.
And do those signs being there and being only 13 feet and being a monument sign, I mean, based on the testimony I heard earlier, that this would be unsafe for people who wouldn't have time to get over from the lane, to get to those businesses.
I don't know how long that sign's been there. I don't know what the situation is with safety. I was looking at it strictly from compatibility with the size of what we're proposing.
Counsel, do we have a traffic expert that can testify about sort of what any safety issues that there have been in that area?
Let's just answer this question. Your question is whether or not the monument sign is a problem?
No, whether or not I've been hearing a lot about how the applicant needs a pylon sign, and it's appropriate for safety reasons, to ensure that folks have enough time to get over from one lane, right, so they don't cause a problem. And it seems to me that sign for Ray's Pizza and other businesses is much smaller than the one you're proposing. It's much shorter, okay? It seems to me it's in pretty much the same location, right? And I'm not aware of any safety issue. I don't know if there's a ton of accidents if people try to access Ray's Pizza, particularly because when I look at the picture of Ray's Pizza, I don't see any signage on Ray's Pizza's awnings or anything like that. So that's their only sign for people coming in that direction. So I'm just curious, if the reason we need it is for safety, I'm just not necessarily, I would assume if that's the case, there'd be a lot of safety issues, a lot of accidents, people trying to get to those other businesses, and I'm just not aware of that. There's testimony about that, and someone can testify as to whether there's accidents there. I'd love to hear it.
Well, let me speak to the master plan. I'll move on to that, okay? Because we've introduced all the exhibits and discussed them now. So I looked at your 2022 master plan, a very comprehensive document. Of course, it identifies Pompton Ave as a state highway. That is its technical designation. And Bloomfield Avenue and Claremont are county roadways. It highlights the...
I think it's just, I don't think Claremont is a county road. I could be wrong. Backtrack on that. I think that's a county road.
Okay. Perhaps.
You're correct about Bloomfield Avenue, but I don't think you're correct about Claremont.
It also highlights the nearby bus stops that I mentioned before, and to the board members' question about safety. On page 90 of that document, there's something called a crash data heat map, and it has colors over a street map, I'll call it. And the heat map really identifies the intersection of Bloomfield, Pompton, and Pompton-Claremont. So like kind of this whole area is illuminated in color on that map in your master plan. What does that say to me? It says this is a hazardous area. If there's that much volume, and also it's called crash data heat map. It's not even just traffic volumes, it's crash data heat map is what the title of it is. So we're in a very high volume area, and also to the board members' observations, look at the setback, how close Ray's Pizza building is to the right-of-way of Pompton Avenue, and how far away our building is. I think it's quite a difference. The master plan has a number of goals. I'm going to cite the ones that I think we're consistent and compatible with. Monitoring the competitiveness of township commercial areas. I think Starbucks is a great addition to a vacant bank. A lot of banks are going dark because people don't use them anymore. So I think this is a great site for this use, and it is a permitted use. The restaurant is a permitted use in this zone. We're not asking for a use variance for this use. It is permitted, and we have enough parking on the site for all of the uses that exist here. So really, we're only talking about the signage, not the use. Providing a safe and efficient circulation system. I explained why I think the signage is of benefit to the area and will not create any detriment. The master plan talks about enhancing and maintaining attractive gateways. Well, you have your Welcome to Verona sign right at the critical junction here of the confluence of Pompton Ave and Bloomfield Avenue. The ETC zone is called Extended Town Center. Obviously, your town center is farther west on Bloomfield Avenue. It has a very different character than this area along Pompton Avenue, near Bloomfield. Utilize township assets and create anchor areas. I think having a Starbucks here with appropriate and reasonable, compatible signage definitely anchors the area and is a positive influence. There are also a number of economic development goals in the master plan, such as design guidelines and creating a sense of place. I think having an outdoor cafe here and not a drive-through, because you know the bank has the drive-through facility still there, right? Starbucks doesn't want to drive through here. I think that's a major concession to this township of we want to be good neighbors. We don't care that the drive-through exists. We want to have a covered, recessed patio area for the community to congregate, people to visit, spend time there. We don't want a drive-through. And when I looked at a lot of Starbucks that have the monument signs that you're talking about, they were sharing the monument with other uses that were on the site. They were part of what I'll call a strip center or a small shopping center. There were other uses, or they had the monument sign because they had the ability with the right-of-way and the frontage, and they had a drive-through. And what you commonly see is the medallion, the siren circle, and then it says drive-through, like that way. Starbucks is making a huge concession to this township and this neighborhood to not have the drive-through there. Drive-through is a huge business for these types of establishments, and they are not having it here. And the reason is because they're very conscious of the proximity of the residents on Claremont, and they want to be a good neighbor and part of the community. All they're asking for, the only relief, is 1 foot higher on a circular sign, and that to comply with your ordinance would reduce that circle by 30%, so they wouldn't even serve a purpose. And to have a pylon that is in character size-wise with every other sign I looked at in this area. Therefore, I think the relief requested is reasonable, appropriate, and compatible. And I'm going to cite the purpose purposes of planning per the MLUL, that I think this is consistent with, that's section 40:55D-2. Subsection H talks about locations and designs of transportation routes to promote the free flow of traffic and discourage facilities and routes resulting in congestion. I think this signage is serving that purpose. And subsection I, promoting a desirable visual environment. I would not be testifying before this board, as my team knows, if I didn't believe that this sign was appropriate and reasonable for this area. What I didn't know in my qualifications for you, and I should have, I serve as the municipal planner for the Borough of Englishtown. I'm doing a master plan there. I just finished a year ago a master plan document for the Borough of Riverdale in Morris County. I've done consulting work for Livingston and Fairfield Townships here in Essex County. So I kind of know all sides. I do sit on that side of the dais advising boards on applications. And so I do take a real critical look at an applicant's plan. And I'm very happy when they say, we think it's appropriate to reduce the size. We want to be good neighbors in Verona. We know the community is interested. We're trying to respond to them. That is why they took out the directional signage, to minimize things here. But to minimize the signage any more than this applicant has already done, I don't think is going to create a good situation. And I think, frankly, to reduce that wall medallion, the siren, on Claremont, on the wall facing Claremont, I have been to sites where the boards tried to do what they felt was the right thing and force an applicant to reduce it, and you drive by and you're like, I can't even read that. So I don't want to see this board go that route. You don't want people not able to read the signage. And I think right now it's as tasteful and minimal and easily recognizable as it could be. So
Can I interrupt you for just a second? I'm sorry, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Is it possible to talk about the use itself for a minute, like diverting from the signage? Whether or not you think that this use is appropriate for this site?
It's a permitted use. And as I said, I mean, I'm astonished that they don't want a drive-through here. They don't want the drive-through. It's already there. The building has it.
Well, the drive-through aside.
Permitted use. We're not here to debate the use.
We live here.
Parking. No, it complies.
Here for weeks hearing testimony. Why this lady wasn't here from the beginning, I have no idea, because this is the heart of the whole matter. Yet we sat here for 3 other meetings, hearing this expert, hearing that expert, and you're summing it up. I wish you would have just started off this way. We could have finished this application two meetings ago.
Understand this, though. The planner's testimony has to rely on all the testimony that goes before it. The planner always bats last. So, I appreciate what you're saying, but you have to wait to sum it up based on all the evidence that's put on the record. So, forgive us. Did you get to your
Statutory criteria, okay? You know, per the MLUL, we need to prove positive and negative criteria to you, okay? And so I'm going to focus on the freestanding sign, okay? And if you want to include the minimal variance for the 1-foot differential on that medallion, well then, yeah, that's included too. Regarding the unique features, this would be a C1 deviation per the MLUL. I'm going to recap what I said. Northbound Pompton Avenue, we have vertical and horizontal curvature, which impacts the situation. There's a significant differential in elevation between Pompton Avenue and our site. There's a substantial uphill grade on northbound traffic on Pompton Avenue. Pompton Avenue is 2 lanes in each direction, and at our site southbound it actually widens up to much greater than that. And northbound we have the merging traffic from Bloomfield Avenue also impeding responses and traffic flow. Southbound we have 2 lanes, 50 Pompton Avenue to our north, Very small front yard setback. The building obstructs the view of our site. The existing signage north of Claremont also obstructs our site view. Those would be traffic signs. Our site grade drops 2.5 feet from Pompton Avenue. There are many other freestanding signs in this immediate area that are similar in size to what is being proposed here. The applicant is proposing in my opinion, having reviewed commercial applications and so forth my entire career, I have been a planner since 1985. I don't even know how many site plans I've reviewed in my career. In my opinion, what is being proposed here, one wall sign on the front, one logo medallion on the side, and one freestanding sign of very modest size is not overpowering this site at all. In terms of the negative criteria, we have two prongs to that we need to demonstrate for you to grant a variance. One is no substantial detriment to the public good, and the other is no substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of your zone plan and zoning ordinance. That means your master plan. That's why I went through the sections of the master plan and also the purposes of planning that we are consistent with. So regarding the first prong of the negative criteria, no substantial detriment to the public good, the site is located in a high volume traffic area that is designated in your master plan, very recent master plan, mind you, with a crash data heat map. I think that speaks for itself. We're also near transit stops, and the physical features of this site support the signage that's being requested. Regarding the second prong, no substantial detriment, no substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance, aka master plan. This is a better zoning alternative than having monstrous wall signage. We are allowed greater square footage of wall signage than we are proposing on this building. And that again is an attempt by this applicant to be respectful of its location, respectful of the residents of this township, but still create a business environment that's economically viable for them. The logo is recognized faster than the name. That's why it makes sense to have the freestanding sign with the logo and also the logo denoting the entrance to this building. The graphic provides an identity to the site. In my opinion as a planner, it contributes to placemaking, which is also consistent with some of the goals in your master plan regarding commercial areas. Lastly, you need to keep in mind what I said about the ETC zone allowing 3 stories and 50-foot height for a building, and also allowing digital and electronic message signs. So that concludes my
Before you
testimony.
conclude, will you just specifically address the negative and positive criteria with respect to the 2 pre-existing D3 conditions?
We are improving both of those situations. The statutory criteria for a D3 variance has to do with a case that your attorney can educate you on, Coventry Square versus Westwood. And it talks about that a conditional use, the test for that is how do the deviations on that conditional use affect the functioning of the site. We're adding landscaping to this, even though we're deficient with regard to the setback and the percent of site landscaped. We are improving that situation, not leaving it the same. Many applicants would just say they're not exacerbating the deviations. This applicant is trying their best to improve the conditions.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Questions of the board?
So to go back to my question before about the use being appropriate for this site, I understand that it's a permitted use, but that doesn't always mean that it's right for this site. So in your professional opinion, is this right for this site?
Yes, it's the ETC zone, which is the Enhanced Town Center Zone. I would expect to see this use here, yes.
On this site, in this context?
Yes, I would totally not be surprised to see a vacant bank turn over to a Starbucks. I would expect to see a drive-through at the Starbucks, but we don't have that.
So here at this site, at the intersection of two major thoroughfares.
Yes.
And at no time was consideration given to modifying the existing monument signage to include the Starbucks? Because of those are all businesses on that property.
Existing monument on the Ray's, we'll call it the Ray's Pizza sign.
Upraised with the,
I'm not aware whether there was any discussion. There was no discussion with me about that. I was presented with a plan that has now tonight been, modified.
any other board members with questions for our planner?
Yeah, can you just clarify for me, when you put, it was A8, view obstructions, what were you referring to in terms of what you consider view obstructions on that?
View obstructions for the building?
Yeah, what you marked as view obstructions, what did you consider as view obstructions?
Oh, right here, view obstructions?
Yeah.
The minimal setback, this is traveling southbound, right? The minimal setback that this building has, they're also in my photograph on the other exhibit, A9. I have a photograph from roughly where I'm pointing, and you can see the vegetation and shrubbery, which is very appropriate and tasteful, but it does, in fact, block your view. And then, of course, we have, as I said, when you're approaching, the vertical part, the slope downward, it starts right around the intersection, and then suddenly, when you're traveling southbound, you're wondering where the street is.
Great, and do you know if by any chance any discussions were had related to any adjustment, but I guess friendly neighbor discussions about the shrubbery? I guess that would just be,
It's sometimes,
I was curious,
it be a Japanese maple, I don't know.
Well, okay,
It's a really nice.
I'm all about, the environment and all that too, but,
It really enhances the front of that building, so
Okay.
they.
No, I was just curious, that's all.
I wouldn't want to see anything done to it.
I have a follow-up question for you, if you don't mind. I know we talked about the height of the monument sign. On A9, number 2, the freestanding sign that says 60 Compton Avenue, I think you gave us the square footage of that sign, but I don't, if you told us the height of it, I didn't catch it. Do you have the estimated height?
You're asking about
The height, yeah. Yes.
the total height?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I did estimate, oh, I did. I estimated the pole, oh, because that's the setback. I'm sorry, no. I have the setback, not the height.
Is there anybody else on the board who has a question of this witness? Hearing none. Is there anyone from the public who has a question of this witness about the testimony that she presented this evening? If you'd just be so kind as to come up front.
Tara Braddock, Verona. I'm not really quite sure how to phrase my question. I appreciate everything that you've done. I really value your unique features study because I live in this area. I travel through this all the time, and everything that you pointed out is everything I experience and everything that I've been frustrated with living here. What I question is something similar to what was already asked. How, given that you as a non-resident visiting this, studying this, just pointing all this stuff out, and the short distance that you discovered to get over into a lane to see the pylon, I question, as a planner with all your education, how it could be appropriate use in general for what is being proposed, but how could you not, how could you see that this is going to be safe, or I'm not exactly sure how to phrase my question. I'm just troubled by the fact that you as a lay person who doesn't live in our town, who doesn't travel through here all the time, and this is your field, as tricky and as hard and to travel through and distracting that area is, I can't see how you could think a sign and would make it any better. It's already bad as it is, and with the light coming in, which is what I initially wanted when I first moved here 24 years ago, but I don't feel that your argument for the sign, based on everything that you're pointing out, is good for our community. I'm not sure how you can feel that way based on what you stated. Everything I feel like you stated is just saying this is not safe. This is not a good area to put this building here, this business here. Not the building, the business.
Should I answer? I don't want to cut you off.
I can't really formulate the question I want to ask. I just feel like you did a great job with pointing out all these dangerous situations. I just don't see how it makes sense to have this business there with this sign is going to really make a difference. I know Starbucks really wants to have the sign, and I understand that the owner wants to have the business there, which is, I understand that. But I feel like as a planner, with all your experience, I have a degree in environmental, urban, and geographic studies. It's not what you have, but I have some planning in my background. And I just don't understand how, as a planner, you could be in favor and see this is really a good idea for our community.
Well, I look at the zoning ordinance and the permitted uses in the ETC zone. And there's a variety of commercial uses, including restaurants as a permitted use. So this is a permitted use. Now, I think it's exceptional for a Starbucks to not have a drive-through. I don't know that I've ever really dealt with one recently that doesn't have a drive-through. It's a really significant percentage of Starbucks business is the drive-through. So I think not having the drive-through makes this even more appropriate, even though it's a permitted use. But to not have a drive-through makes it even more appropriate. And in what is called the extended town center, to me that means an extension of what I'll call the CBD, the main commercial area, to the west on Bloomfield Avenue. Pompton Avenue is classified as a highway, not a local collector street. There's 4 lanes of traffic. It's a very high intensity area, so to have a coffee shop, if you will, I think it's entirely appropriate.
But at that location, that's so congested, so close to so many merging, everything that you pointed out in here, which is what I experience every day.
Well, we have a situation with, how should I say, technology changing uses, right? In the old days, everybody used to take their paycheck and go to the bank on payday, and that was the only way to get the money in the bank. It's not that way anymore. So much stuff is done electronically, and here we have, I'll call it an adaptive reuse, right? In planning lingo, that's what we talk about. You have industrial buildings that are remade into lofts and residential uses. We have a vacant bank, which I think is creating, I honestly don't know how long it's been vacant, but any vacant building in a downtown exerts a detrimental influence, and the longer it's vacant, the worse that influence is. So I think to have a permitted use, reoccupy a vacant building is a positive thing for the community.
Is this a safe, do you really believe that this is a safe situation, or a safe scenario? You've pointed everything out, that this is probably just the biggest pieces of it, but there's so much more going on here that you haven't pointed out. Buildings jutting out on the east side into the street, blocking obstructions. I don't think with the short amount of distance to travel north from Bloomfield Avenue, even with a sign, 25 feet, in the air or high in the sky, is really going to make it safe for anybody. I feel like that is just an argument that Starbucks wants to make to get it put in, and they're not going to probably put their business there if they don't have this sign. And I feel like it's just trying to find a finding of no significant impact.
I'm sorry.
Question.
Ms. Brady. Trying to formulate a question.
Yes.
I think you did ask
I
a
think I
question that
did.
was
I think I
answered.
did.
So you'll have a chance to make a statement later.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ann. Lauren Yannin, Verona. You stated that Pompton is a highway. How would you classify Claremont?
I really thought in the master plan I talked about it being a county road, but the board member has corrected me. So I guess it's a local road, but our traffic engineer probably knows better than me.
Okay, so it's a residential street.
It is characterized by residential development except at the corners of Pompton, yes.
Right. And earlier you stated that if you were traveling in one direction, the only way to get to the Starbucks is to turn onto that residential street.
If you're traveling northbound on Pompton, yes.
Right.
You have to make the left turn at what will be a signalized intersection.
Okay, so we have one highway and one residential street. Thank you for clarifying that.
Is there any more? Okay. Oh. Is there anyone else who has a question of our planner? Okay, thank you. Council, we typically don't take.
I know, and I'm watching the clock, and I have to tell you how grateful I am that you're trying to bring this to fruition. We're finished. I mean, we're done with our case. If you want to take statements from the public, try and wrap this up. I have a strong sense that the board has an idea where it wants to go with this application, and I don't see that your deliberation, you've heard enough. You've heard enough. I mean, we can't make any better arguments, and we've either persuaded you or we haven't.
Okay, and at this point, typically we open the floor to statements from the residents.
Yes.
If you could, keep them succinct. We just need to know your feelings at this point in time.
Thank you.
If you would come up.
Sure.
Name.
Yep. Allison Miller. I've been a resident of Verona since 1998. I am a homeowner and taxpayer here in town. I love Verona. Love living here. I've raised my daughter here. She graduated high school in 2020. Anyone that lives in town knows it's a small community. You can appreciate your neighbors. Everybody knows everybody. I'm here tonight well past my bedtime because I felt very strongly about being here and listening to the testimony and so on for the Starbucks. I am not in favor of a Starbucks. I myself deal in healthcare statistical data all day long. Data is only one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is the human element to the topic. And I've not really heard what having a Starbucks in Verona does for the residents of Verona. I've not heard one thing. I've heard all of these experts tonight talk about signage and elevation and all kinds of other stuff, and it's meaningless to me. What does it mean for the residents of Verona? In my opinion, not much. If anything, it's going to cause a lot more traffic, and for those of us that take 23, there's enough traffic and enough nonsense at that intersection to add a Starbucks there is, in my opinion, a terrible decision. Having a sign and outdoor seating and all of that other nonsense, I'm not sure what that's going to really mean to the residents of Verona. And if I lived on Claremont, I certainly would not be happy with the local traffic, or rather the traffic that is going to back up to Claremont for someone to enter the Starbucks. So I know that there's other community members here that wanted to voice their opinion as well. So I'm hoping that you, who represent the homeowners, the citizens, the community of Verona, vote in favor of denying this request, keeping Verona what it is, a small town, a community of, just
people that know everybody, and keeping out the large box chains. It's something that we don't need here in town. Let's support our local businesses so they don't leave and we have a empty downtown area. Let's keep those businesses thriving and keep the Starbucks of the world out of our community. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask, I'm not sure if this is a statement or not, but I'm new to some discovery pieces that I've learned tonight. I live, I believe, in 200 feet of...
Just state your name again for the record.
Okay,
Just
Tara Braddock.
Just for the minutes, that's all.
Okay, Tara Braddock. I live within 200 feet. I did not get this letter. Cindy I just learned of this letter from Cindy. I did not receive this. I also am reading in the application, there's no mention of the side of Claremont that I live on, which is the one-way portion. There's no mention of the traffic concerns relating to that in this application. It only talks about the other side of Claremont Avenue. Why do I not matter? I'm in Verona. I am in this intersection. How am I not important?
You're apparently more than 200 feet away.
I know my property, my Beacon Hill property goes right up to the corner of where Pompton and Claremont meet. No, I live, Beacon Hill has 3 sections. Otis Place, Lewisburg Square, and Mount Vernon Square. My property, my HOA property is from Crestmont Road to Pompton to almost all the way to Westover. And then we have property that goes from Claremont up to
But you specifically are a property owner of
yes, I own a home in
within
Beacon
200
Hill.
feet.
My property is 7 Otis Place. And all the other residents of Beacon Hill, did they receive a certified letter?
Ma'am, only those residents within 200 feet of the
opposite side of Claremont Avenue.
Of the property. If it's within 200 feet, then those residents get notice.
My property that I pay homeowner dues for includes that I pay my property management dues to, and that I own with other homeowners.
Is the common area.
Is the common area.
The tax assessor in town sends a list to the applicant. The applicant is required under the municipal land use law to request a list of all property owners within 200 feet. The applicant then gets that list from the tax assessor and then has to notify everybody on that list. The list is presumed to be correct, provided that the applicant sends certified letters, which he has certified to everybody within the 200 feet, then the notice is deemed to be sufficient.
So are you saying that I'm disqualified? I'm disqualified from being within 200 feet?
No, the applicant is allowed under the law to rely upon the list provided by the tax assessor.
And our tax assessor did not include
well, that's not the
our residences.
That is not, unfortunately, the applicant's issue.
But it is the Verona board. It's my town's issue, my council, my zoning board issue, that I was not notified, but my neighbor across the street was. I was not. And all the other residences on my street were not notified. I didn't have a chance to come to a board meeting and discuss this and state my opinion about what I think about the traffic issues that this is going to cause to my side of the street. That we have enough problems as it is, that I can't get out. So I can't get up. We have to go around, up Westover, down Crestmont, down Claremont to get into Otis Place. or we have to travel through to Montclair, go left, down Prospect, left onto Claremont, and then right up to the other part of Claremont. And then when we come over from Westover and come down that way, the cars coming up from Claremont and Montclair cannot see us turning left. We have to be turning right onto Claremont from Crestmont. We are almost always hit by the traffic coming up from there, from Montclair. My concern is there's going to be more traffic coming up from Montclair, up Claremont Avenue, that is going to make it more difficult for me, my son, my husband, for us to get out of Otis Place.
Ms. Braddock, we are, Mr. Chairman, if you indulge me for a second here, are you aware of the fact that there are lights that are going to be put in at that intersection that should alleviate many of your legitimate concerns that you just mentioned?
It would have, yes.
And the lights are going in regardless of whether or not this application gets approved.
I fought for a light when I moved here, okay? And Joe Martin said it wasn't going to ever happen, okay?
It's been approved. It's been approved.
It was approved, but thankfully because it's being funded, right? It's being funded. It wasn't being put in place due to safety, accidents, all the crazy stuff that was just pointed out to you in these unique features. But it's being funded. Okay, now, not by the town, not by the county, not by the state, okay? But when we asked for it as residents, we didn't get it, okay? There's problems there.
That's not what this application, is about. I mean, your complaint...
I didn't get a chance to come and talk to you about
We just checked the records. Your condominium association received notice. Under the law, there were 3 people at Lewisburg Square that received notice because they were specifically within 200 feet. Under the law...
Lewisburg Square.
I'm sorry?
You said Lewisburg Square. 3 residents of Lewisburg Square.
3 Lewisburg Square, 2 Lewisburg Square, and 1 Lewisburg Square are within 200 feet of the application.
So their physical unit is within 200 feet. My physical common property
You're not listening.
is...
You're not listening to what I am saying.
I'm understanding what you're saying.
Okay. Beacon Hill Condominium Association received notice also, because under the law, that is deemed to be notice to everybody that is in the homeowners association. So you are deemed to have received notice through your association.
Okay.
Okay.
When was that sent? Because I did not receive any information from my HOA. When was that given?
That's between you and your
I
HOA.
understand, and I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to check that.
Good. Okay.
We have the receipts. They should have notified you as an owner.
Okay. I want to say one more thing. Regardless of what goes in...
30th, it was mailed. Here's the certified return.
Okay. Thank you. Can you tell me who signed for it?
No, this is just the return receipt. It's not signed.
Okay. Thank you. And I do apologize for my anger.
Your Crest management.
Yes. Okay. But I do have to say, no matter what happens with the light going in, I am begging for this town to fix something on my side of Claremont Avenue, okay? When it comes to the way the traffic pattern is, please, I've asked for coming over the hill, a stop sign, or a stop before at least our street, Otis Place, or somewhere along there. If you're going to put a light in and make it safer for us, make it safe altogether. Please. It's not safe the way it is.
Certainly appreciate your position. It's not within our jurisdiction to address that. We can only address the Starbucks application on the corner of Claremont 23 this evening. But that's certainly something that you can take to the town at a council meeting, probably right here in this room. And that is something that the town can initiate addressing. Because that's where it would have to come. Our jurisdiction is limited to this application that we've been hearing for 3 months.
In this application, I will just say, it was not mentioned anything about the side of Claremont Avenue that I live on. It wasn't included, it wasn't discussed. Okay, or noted. Thank you.
Hi again, Lauren Yannon, Verona. I'm going to request that people not raise their voice at me when I speak. This is a very difficult process for everyone here, but it's also very difficult to come up here, especially as a woman. So I'm going to ask that I please not be yelled at by members of this board or legal.
And so far, you've been wonderful with your comments and interpretations. So
Thank you. I want to thank you for hearing my thoughts. I realize that other places don't have this type of interaction, and I know it's our obligation to be here for this to happen, but I know it's almost midnight for you all too, so I really, really appreciate that. So thank you for hearing my thoughts. I'm hopeful that what I say is heard and my suggestions for the board are appreciated as a taxpayer and someone who truly fell in love with our town. So I have 6 points, but they're long, and I'm sorry, and I'll make them as brief as possible. And I do appreciate the ability to be heard on this matter. I'm not a zoning board expert. You all are brilliant. I would fall asleep, I'm sorry, reading one chapter. But I do want to make, I don't want to assign you homework, but I do want to ask that we look at chapter 150. Specifically, I don't know if this is considered outdoor restaurant seating or sidewalk cafe, but specifically about the ordinances around that as it pertains to music and lighting. I think that that's really important, and we not forget that, as we heard tonight, that a portion of this does fall right next to people's residences. I also want to ask, as we look at that 150-7-23, outdoor restaurant seating other than a sidewalk cafe. So again, I don't know what this is, and I don't want to have to get into a long conversation and waste all of our time. Talks about whether it's permitted to have outdoor seating, and there are some qualifications. So for me and my limited interpretation, there are 4 uses on the lot, but the use in question does not front Bloomfield Avenue as it appears to me. So it appears that this use, the outdoor seating, which is a corner lot, would not have 2 front yards, one on Pompton and one on Claremont Avenue. Therefore, it doesn't actually have frontage on Bloomfield Avenue as I'm interpreting it. The Acura dealership does, the pizzeria does, since it has 2 front yards, one on Bloomfield and one on Pompton Avenue, hence allowance for outdoor seating. But this location does not, in my opinion, meet the criteria, and ownership of all property should not extend to meet that criteria. My concerns about the outdoor seating are the litter. It is rodents, it is the people who live next door, and it is the gathering of people outside, specifically teenager population, that could potentially lead to things that our town has unfortunately experienced before, violence. I don't think that it's good for our town. Okay, so my summary to these points, again, not knowing if it's a sidewalk cafe, I'm less concerned about how we label it and much more concerned about the impact as a resident and one directly affected by this establishment on the end of a residential block that my family lives off of. I have 5 points to ask for consideration, and again, this is not my area of expertise. If you are going to pass this, which of course I beg you not to, no outdoor seating. This limits noise concern, rodents, litter. It's less of a hangout. Starbucks to maintain big belly garbage cans outside that use solar power to compost garbage inside and compress the amount of garbage. These are also sealed, so they would limit flyaway from like litter. That I think that would be appreciated by those who live, and it's also just a really nice thing to do for our environment. No outdoor music, which I think in my limited interpretation might be something to look into. Lighting be further considered, and then I would say that if you are able to not pass this, that would be wonderful, but also if you're able to eliminate the outdoor seating, potentially taking away some of the parking spots that are directly adjacent to Cindy's property, because she sleeps there. Her head rests right next to this, and people are going to be parking their cars right next to her house. Okay, I'll move on to my second point. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be brief. Traffic. Last session, we heard from a neighbor who had a young child riding their bike and his concern as a parent. You heard from my concern about preteens gathering and about pedestrian safety. We live in a very self-centered world where the ideals of people doing the right thing do not coincide with reality. So add a morning commute, lines for coffee, human interactions, road rage, and our homes and children. My family lives on Montclair Avenue. The first turn you can make past this site, which is a seemingly quiet dead end, which looks like it could still be in 1923, except for all the vehicles. The reality is that people speed down our street in an attempt to cut through Bloomfield. They do not see or care about the dead end sign due to placement and human behavior. People rage drive down my block and cut through and then rage drive frustrated out when they realize the ARC house is not an outlet. My husband and I walk our 5-year-old daughter to school on Claremont with so many other parents in the morning. To get to our friend's home for a play date on Martin, we cross Claremont. As an experiment since the last meeting, every time we've needed to cross Claremont, I've counted the number of cars that actually stop at the crosswalk for our family, and the average is every 6th car. While traffic studies were done for the light, that was many years ago. While the witness last meeting did say that it was a consideration of a business, this is a Starbucks, not a bookstore, not a gym, martial arts studio, or even a local coffee shop. Starbucks' draw is more than our residential streets can and should handle, and I believe that that was the topic that needed to be discussed tonight. That was touched upon slightly, but I think that's the main cusp of this issue. The Starbucks is too big for where the location is. We will have teenagers crossing the avenues. We have young kids walking a landing. We have dads trying to teach their kids how to ride their bike in which should be a residential street, but our town is willing to turn it into a continuum of Pompton Avenue. More consideration must be made to us while we chase the profit from a Starbucks. Tonight, I watched us ask the man who was buying a shed from Home Depot what his neighbor's thoughts. So here are my asks if I leave with nothing else. Please don't dismiss me on these points if we're going to pass this. Please consider, if you're able to, or whoever else might need to help with this, no left turn onto Claremont when leaving the property. While it is an existing curb, we can have control over how we route traffic here. I've heard many members of this board state that Claremont is a residential street, and I really appreciate it. Our town needs to protect its residents. I would strongly suggest a 4-way stop to replace the 2-way stop currently at Montclair and Claremont, with dead-end signs visible from the turns onto Claremont Avenue, as current signage cannot be seen if turning left from Claremont onto Montclair. So that seems selfish, as this would serve my tiny block, but I do believe it will actually help slow down traffic on Claremont to reduce those rushing to the new light and to the Starbucks. It will also establish that Claremont is actually more of a residential area in this proposed area. I think people will see it and realize where they are. I would also consider, and I know that this is an undertaking, speed bumps, especially where Claremont pitches downward, but I do think, despite that undertaking, our safety should matter. Okay, I'm going to take a sip of water. Okay, point number 3. No pylon sign, please. Our newly fresh painted sign says "Keep America Beautiful" at one of the ugliest intersections I've ever seen. My family was here from Arizona last week, and I drove them to town from that side, and I was telling them how beautiful our town is, but not at this intersection. It is sign pollution. It is the first thing people see as they enter our town. It reminded them of what happened to Arizona, the Wild West. They paved paradise. From my deck at night, after getting my kid to bed, wrapping up my stressful job, doing dishes, packing lunch, my husband and I will have a cup of tea, or if we're feeling wild, a glass of wine, and stare at the Schumacher Girl, a sign about cancer, the Exxon sign. We moved to Verona from Vail, Colorado. From Vail. We chose Verona to raise our family in. My husband's family has been in Verona since the 1920s, and that means something to me. I know that there are no mountain views, but if we could not make it worse, that would be really lovely. Starbucks has said that they don't have standalone buildings without a pylon sign, but I think we all know that we don't need one. If you build it, they will come, without another glaring, ugly distraction as people enter our otherwise beautiful town. Point 4, additional consideration of the Environmental Commission's valid and educated concerns. As a taxpayer, I will say that I took pause at the dismissal of the suggestions during the first hearing about this subject. It did not show collaboration or respect across commissions or to the volunteers that help make our town awesome. Point 5, and I promise I'm almost done. Last month I asked what Starbucks would contribute to our community, including sponsorship of events and town commerce organization. I want to take that a step further. The property owner should be able to rent out their building. I truly believe this. I know that businesses on this land have the ability to participate in making our town's programs run. But I honestly don't know what the property owner does to support town events. I'm assuming they do a lot, but I would suggest that they do more. Support town events, senior programs, our school, VFE donations, or the like. But it would really be appreciated for them to consider additional contributions to our town programs to add charm to our town and support as a gesture to what a huge brand name will take away from our town's local charm. Point 6, finally, and maybe this is pointless, Starbucks is in Verona. It's not who we are. Starbucks is at the airport or a pit stop on 95. 10 years ago, Starbucks shed their big brown chair image for hard metal ones, purposefully, to not invite coffee shop atmosphere lingering, reading, working. Starbucks policy 15 years ago was that anyone could use their bathrooms. They are now often locked. They aren't part of a community, they are a transaction. Starbucks is about the bottom dollar, and I believe that Starbucks is about the people who live and visit here, our kids, our neighbors. Blue Hippo is hosting library time, partnering with our library. Compound had a discount for parents of the daycare next door and toys for our children to play with. They have comfortable seats and workspace areas. These coffee shops support our communities, and they are our communities. Our high school students work at local businesses. Starbucks had over 10,000 employees submit card counts to unionize. They have been accused of union busting. I know this because I've built an incredibly successful career in labor and employee relations. Anecdotally and strongly, I'll say this on record, employees who have what they deserve from their employers do not submit card counts. Starbucks still cannot seem to sign a first contract with their union workers, but they were able to sign on a new CEO at $113 million, who they gave a private jet to commute to Seattle. They were able to sign a $10.6 million golden parachute to departing CEO, who was there for 2 years, and a $60 million parachute to the CEO who left in 2022. This doesn't sound like a good match for a small town. Starbucks used to be known for their benefits to supporting employees' college educations, which is why at the last meeting I asked if they're planning on full-time benefit-eligible employees or part-time under 30-hour employees to staff. These things matter to our community. These things are the difference between people being able to thrive or barely survive. We have a choice to make about what makes our town great, what keeps America beautiful, as our sign says. My grandfather, a Pearl Harbor survivor, a man who lived through the Great Depression, who was illiterate with no degree to my many, was in many ways smarter than I am, because he always told me that I can't fight City Hall. And maybe I can't. Maybe we are about the revenue. How can we not be to some extent? But we have a decision to make about how far we go directly past our sign that says, "Keep America Beautiful." I have a feeling that you're going to pass this, despite the pleas and maybe despite your own ideas about what makes Verona special. And I'm still going to implore you not to, which is why I ask, I'm begging, I'm literally begging at a public meeting that's recorded. I'm a grown woman begging. If the pleases for no Starbucks can't be heard, then please to this. Please no left turn. Please add additional stop signs. Please no outdoor seating. Please no music. Please more consideration of those who live next door, down the street, the parents of landing children now and in the future. And please look back at what Verona's past was and what makes us great, the people, the local stores, not the corporate organizations. And one more time, please, the traffic concerns of the residents of Claremont, the side street, Verona, and my new friend tonight that I met who lives on the other side. Thank you for hearing my thoughts over the last few meetings. I truly appreciate this process.
I don't know if to say good, yeah, it's late, 11:49. I don't know where to say good evening or good night. Not sure. Good morning, right? Wait, yeah, it's late. So my points won't be clearly articulated because Allison Cook, I live on Claremont. My points won't be clearly articulated, and I apologize because I'm going to be emotional for so many reasons that plus one to everything Lauren just said and others tonight. I work for a nonprofit organization that works to create civics education curriculum to give young people a voice where we want young people to be able to see a challenge, an issue in their community, identify solutions based on research, going into the community, talking to elected officials, talking to community leaders, and then make a case. And I've seen students across the country that I work with get changes enacted, whether it's passing a bill, whether it's a fence in a schoolyard, or whether it's picking up trash at their local playground. And with my schedule, with my 3 and 5-year-olds who I've been wheeling in a wagon, if you've seen me on Claremont, to taking them to Landing and to Serenity, everything that has been expressed tonight is going through the process by which we are encouraged to be civically engaged. And so I'm sitting here watching grown adults go through this process, and I appreciate everyone for their service. And I'm emotional because I get to go to work tomorrow and talk about how I participated, I heard, and I'm literally living the process by which I want young people to experience. And I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. And I want to say, I moved to Verona, bought a house with my husband a couple years ago, right after or during the pandemic, and I heard about, the speeding on Claremont, and, this is such a great place to live. And so to live on a street where safety is a concern, community is a concern, people are out here begging for systems change at a couple of different levels, whether this is the right space or not. I want to appreciate folks for sharing information on where to go if this is not the right place. But just wanted to go on record also as a Black woman in this community, where we're hoping to increase diversity and multiracial inclusiveness. I wouldn't be doing what I do every single day if I didn't get on the mic tonight just to express my gratitude, my appreciation, my commitment to being in this town and being a part of the community, but also by stating my fears of as someone who walks up and down the street on Claremont with their young kids every day, whether it's pick up or drop off, and how I just frankly feel this is a disruption to the community that I was looking to raise my children in. So it's late, I'm tired. I get to now, talk about my civic participation tomorrow with my colleagues, with my staff, think about how I can throw this on our website, put this in our curriculum for young kids. Again, I wouldn't be saying any of my concerns without also acknowledging the appreciation that I have for you all and the work that you're doing. So appreciate that you're creating spaces for people to come. It is scary to come in here, but if I can do it, or if I'm encouraging young people as young as 5th graders to come to experiences where we want them to be civically engaged, I know I can do it too. So thank you, and I appreciate those of you who are also working with the applicants, because you're a part of the process as well. So throwing that out there and welcoming to talk to anyone about the work that I do. Thank you.
I'm only going to take 2 minutes of your time. I just have one thing, and it's a statement because I can't say anything before, but again, my name is Cindy. One, I just want to say that last month I don't know if he was a previous councilman, but Michael Noshinsum or whoever came to my house at 8-something at night telling me that I'm not being a good neighbor, that it's not a good look for me to come to this board meeting, and I told him that I will come every month. He told me that why am I making a fuss about a 5-foot buffer? Why does it even matter? I said, I'm a taxpayer. I've been living in this town since I was born. I've gone to Lanning, OLL, HBW, Verona High School. My daughter's in high school here. She's gone to Lanning, HBW. She's in the Verona High School. So I just want to put that out there. I did not appreciate that he came to my house. I'm sorry? Yeah. Telling me all this stuff that I should not be here. And I said, who are you? He just told me his name was Michael. And I searched him. He said his wife is a teacher at Lanning, and he was here because he's friends with the owner of the property, of the Chase Bank. So, just want to put that out there. Anyway, on that note, I was also told from Michael and other people that I should thank him because he cleaned up, or he had the property owner clean up their side of their gardening that kept coming to my house. I've been living in that house. I'm 46 years old. I've been there since 35 plus years. So anyway, for that long, I've been cleaning up my side of their mess.
but he told me I should thank him, and he's the reason why that new fence got put in, a half a fence got put in, and that they cleaned up their nursery on my property. I'm like, I don't need to thank you. That's your friends, you know, doing. They should be doing this. I shouldn't have been doing this for 30-something years. Anyway, they told me there's a tree, a huge tree in between that's sitting on my side, and I've printed pictures, and everybody could have a copy if they want it, but it's on their side. They told me that they called PSC&G to come take it down, but a neighbor was there making a fuss saying they don't want the tree to come down. I said, who was the neighbor? Because when PSC&G comes, they don't send a notice. They're like, we don't know. I called PSC&G. PSC&G said no one has come, or no one was called to come to that property in the last 3 months, because I said, give me around about 3 months. Nothing. So anyway, I had somebody come to my house to look at the tree on their property. It's an invasive tree. It's a Norway maple tree. It's dying. And I Googled Verona. Verona last year made an ordinance, 2020 ordinance number 2023-24, creating of chapter 307 entitled Invasive Plant Species and Trees. Your ordinance that was approved last year, effective July 2nd, 2023, all invasive trees need to be removed. The guy who told me, he owns the Cedar Grove Garden Center. He owns it. He's very familiar with trees, plants, the whole federal procedure on trees. He said garden centers are against these trees, again, because they're invasive. They don't even sell it, et cetera, et cetera. So my only comment for them is I'm not making a fuss about the signage. Everybody stated what they wanted to say, and I agree with everything. So I just want to say, if you're going to let Starbucks come here, to please have them remove that tree. Because when I got a home inspection done, they said that my garage, the foundation of my garage is cracking, and they feel it has to do with the root of that tree. And I've told them, and they're not doing anything about it. I was trying to be polite, and I spoke to this attorney, and I said, are you just representing Starbucks, or are you also representing the property owner? He said both. So I spoke to him about it. So anyway, thank you so much. I know everyone is tired. I work 2 jobs, and I come here every month. So that is all. I'm not going to make a stink about, although I also want to say thank you to this young woman who confirmed that it's only a 4-foot buffer when they said on testimony 2 months ago that it's 5 feet. And I told them it was not 5 feet. But I'm happy to hear that you guys are going to at least make it 7 feet. I think that's what you said, correct? Although I'm not happy that the cars are going to be parked next to my property. But anyway, and if you looked at their plan, they want the loading areas are going to be coming between 6:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. What does that mean? 3 a.m. they're going to come start loading stuff every day? What is that going to do for me and my daughter? Bad enough the Acura dealership sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning, the car alarms are going off. My daughter can't sleep. She goes to school. She's in all honors AP classes, and I need her to sleep and not be waking up in the middle of the night because car alarms are going off. So again, I have to worry about fixing my garage for our tree foundation. And if you're going to fix it and make it 7 feet, now's the time for you to just remove that tree. The limbs are even hanging on your property. I mean, again, I could show you guys. I've made 15 copies. You can see all these limbs. They're hanging over your property, and I don't think Starbucks is going to want a tree limb falling on somebody's car that's parking there, let alone, and even in the your ordinance even says, Section 307-6, violations and penalties, number C, in addition to the penalties set forth herein, any person who violates the provisions, blah, 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 extending beyond the 5-foot buffer establishment, it's not even 5 feet away from my house, from the property of their line, as well, let me see, in addition to the penalties set forth herein, any person who violates the provisions of this section shall be liable for the cost of removal of an invasive plant species or trees extending beyond the 5-foot buffer
establishment herein from the property line of their property, as well as the repair and replacement of any property damaged by the invasive tree, plant, or tree species. So I could technically be asking you to fix my garage, but I'm not even gonna do that. I respectfully ask that you take it down. That is it. Thank you so much.
Are we finished?
Seeing no one else, I would close the public portion of this meeting. And while we're all still awake, Counselor, what would you like to do at this point?
What I'd like to do is to have you deliberate and vote. And end with this, and if you'd like me to make a brief closing statement, I can do that. I think fairly quickly, there are a couple things that maybe I should address from the public comments. All right. Firstly, the behavior that I heard about tonight, I was told by Ms. Chen last month, was not endorsed, encouraged, or in any way promoted. I think it's, I'm going to use the word reprehensible and leave it at that. As far as the tree is concerned, the tree is on the applicant's property, shown on the plans. The garage is about, if it's a foot off the line, it's a lot. It's pretty close, it's a problem. The applicant will certainly, this is the first I've heard of this tree ordinance and whether or not it's an invasive species, but the fact is, if it is, we'll comply with whatever has to be done. If it's got to come down, we'll take it down. Right now, our plan is, because it's not dead, is to trim it back a little bit and see how it goes. But if it needs to come down, we'll take it down. It's just, in the scheme of all of this, it shouldn't have to be a big issue. So we'll comply with whatever the ordinance requires. If it's got to come down, we'll take it down. We've already left it so your engineer and our engineer would work out the planting, and if there's got to be planting where the tree is, so be it. I don't know if the tree can be stumped where it is. It may be left with a fair amount of trunk exposed because of the garage proximity. I don't know. We'll deal with that.
So you'd have to, the trees go through the zoning officer, so I'm the zoning officer.
Okay, fine.
So.
Well, you'll tell us what we have to do.
I will tell you what you have to do.
That's fine, and we'll do it, okay? So, let's get back to the bigger part of the application, all right? This is a permitted use. I mean, everybody's focusing on Starbucks, but yeah, it's a Starbucks, and that's part of the allure. For some people, it's a wonderful idea that they can get their coffee. For other people, it's the biggest bane in their lives, all right? Most of the objections I listened to this evening are really related to Claremont and traffic on Claremont and things that the governing body should be asked to look at. And I know that many of you have the ability to get the ear of the governing body and see what can be done. But four-way stops, speed bumps, dead-end signs, all of that really has very little to do with tonight's application. The sign, okay, we've made our case. You are all adults. You all have your own opinions. If we haven't met the burden of proving it, it's simple. Just vote no. I mean, we've made as good a case as I think can be done that the freestanding sign serves a purpose and is unique and in its need from both directions on Pompton to this site. It's distinguishable. You know, I don't care if Starbucks made a slip of the tongue or whatever it was about how many pylon freestanding signs they have. It's irrelevant. The question is a sign appropriate here? And for a moment, take out of the mix that it's Starbucks. Let's assume that we're putting a sign up because it's going to be a Chick-fil-A or a White Castle or something else with a branded logo. Is it appropriate and needed? Have you been persuaded that traffic is an issue and that people should have as much advance notice because of the lower level, and it's 4.5 feet in the engineering testimony. That building sits below the grade of Pompton, and it's 30, 40, 50 feet back from Pompton Avenue. So it's tough to see. You know, But if you feel it's enough and you feel that this application doesn't need the pylon sign, then, you're free to vote what you think is right. Right. Now, as far as the site plan is concerned, we did, I think, everything you asked us to do. We increased the buffer as much as we could, remembering that this site is 89% roughly covered. It's been around for 50 years. I'm not saying we're entitled to keep it that way. I think under a D3 variance, you have an obligation to reasonably show where you can mitigate when it's reasonable to do so. All right? I think it's unreasonable to ask the applicant to rip up asphalt and put in pervious pavers. I don't think it's unreasonable to say, take a look around your site and tell us where you can give us more green. Or take a look at the buffer next door to Ms. Chen's property. We looked at that. We came up with a calculation. We've increased that buffer. And honestly, if you look at the survey, the buffer's 5 feet. You look at the photograph, it's not 5 feet of improved buffer. So there's room for everybody to be right. But the reality is that we now are proposing a buffer with more greenery, more landscaping, a wider width, 7.2 feet at one point, expanding up to 7.9 back to the dumpsters. We're doing what we can to make the site work and recognize that this is a restaurant. Yeah, it's a Starbucks, but it's still a restaurant. And whether it's this permitted restaurant or some other permitted restaurant, you're still going to have to wrestle with the same issues. Traffic flow is good in and out, the signal, no matter who's paying for it. You can't be viewed as anything other than a public benefit. Okay, there's a private reason for doing it, but say thank you. It's a good thing for the community to have this signal go in. I mean, we've seen the accidents that have been there, and that's going to happen anyhow. So I don't want to get too far afield about that because the signal's a done deal. The question is, what impact is this use going to have on this site? Right? And it's permitted. We have the parking that's adequate. We've mitigated our 2 D3 variances, which were nominal. And in fact, I don't know how we could make it any better without starting to knock down buildings or starting to rip up parking spaces. So we ask you to parse this out in your deliberations and in your voting. Right? I think you should isolate, I'd ask you to isolate first a discussion about the freestanding sign and a discussion about the building sign. You may find that if you approve one, you don't need to approve the other, or you don't want to approve the other. But I think you can separate those 2 sign variances because those are new. They're not in any way pre-existing conditions that are now mitigated. They're new, and you can address them as such. All right. Then I think it's a lot easier for the board to look at the site, the traffic circulation that's been created, the benefit of removing the canopy that's there that's been an eyesore now for, the testimony was that building's been empty for 7 years. It's in the town's best interest to try and have it used and used for purposes there. The bank was a permitted use. A restaurant is a permitted use. As far as the tonight's some comments of outdoor seating and music, we've been through all that. You've heard all the testimony about that. The hours of operation, you've heard about the loading zone. That was moved around to the southerly side of the building, which makes it farther from from the residential area. The loading zone is going to be from 6:30 at night until it could be 2 in the morning. They've said box trucks though for about a half an hour, and every couple days was the testimony as I recall it. So that's going to happen whether it's this restaurant or another restaurant. You're going to have deliveries, and keep in mind that this restaurant actually doesn't do on-site cooking, which a lawfully permitted restaurant could. They do pre-packaged stuff for the most part in this location. So their deliveries are not nearly as extensive or frequent as perhaps some other permitted restaurant might be. And, honestly, I'd ask that we try and wrap this up because we don't want to lose the tenant. And I don't want to be back here in a month or 2 and look at you and say, we have somebody else. But right now we're good. So I'm not going to go through each and every detail. You know them. You've listened to them ad nauseum in some ways. And we urge you to approve it, vote on the individual components, and let's be done with this. Thank you. Well, what was it, 8 minutes? I'm going to save the video, except we don't have one.
Well, here's so nobody would have to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, moving to deliberation.
Can I ask council a question before we do that?
I have no idea how this board is going to vote. We haven't deliberated yet. But assuming that the result tonight is not what the applicant wants and the applicant seeks to appeal, does the board jeopardize its legal position in any way if it considers these components separately, if it votes on them separately, anything like that? I just want to make sure.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's typical, customary to consider them separately.
So, if we're going to consider them separately, let's start at the bottom.
Just a clarifying question. At our last meeting, there was a discussion about the location becoming operational. I mean, should have passed, whatever. The location becoming operational after a certain period of the traffic light being in place. Was that just conversational? Was that?
Well, that was, the applicant agreed that the condition, if there is approval,
Signs aside, but approval of the
permitted use,
Starbucks moving in.
the applicant had agreed that it would not become
Operational until the traffic light was operational.
To evaluate the flow.
Well, not to
Or
evaluate,
to understand.
It seemed to be the right thing to do.
Okay. Okay, that's what I understand it as we kind of deliberate this whole breakup thing.
More than likely, there should be some conditions in any approval, for any item that's approved.
Mr. Chairman, you weren't here, but I'm going to quote Mr. Dusenberry. He, at the end of the meeting, he basically said that they would agree to that in advance, that they would not open the operation until the traffic lights were installed.
That's
Am I
what
correct?
I
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, no, I mean, but it doesn't...
We absolutely
Yes.
volunteered
Yes.
and
Okay.
agree to it, because it makes, everything you're hearing tonight really makes more sense. I'm not saying that you couldn't open this restaurant without the light, because what if the light wasn't coming at all? Right? But we felt it was easier for the board to make a decision to link the two, and we would accept that condition. And I got consent from the Starbucks representative to say that as well.
So for discussion's sake, does anyone have a problem with the dense landscape buffer being extended now to approximately 50% of the 15 feet required?
I can go on for days. Okay. I somewhat take issue with that, in part because it's somewhat tied to the parking, which is somewhat tied to the occupant load, which I could get to that in a minute. If we were to, I mean, this is Starbucks. It's not mom and dad's coffee company, right? They have the funds to make it compliant. I don't totally know why that's an issue. That's my thought on that.
Other thoughts on that?
That's the financial wherewithal of the applicant should not be a subject of deliberation.
My recollection was, I don't know how many meetings ago we discussed this, and we had asked them to extend the buffer, okay, and they agreed, and they came back and with a revised thing showing the buffer. I think they added, 5 feet to the existing one, okay? And so any request no great pushback, as I recall, to, what they said at the time.
We don't have to relitigate.
We don't have to relitigate
We
that.
know where it is
We
now.
know where it is.
I'm guessing
And I think
the trustee's not happy with.
Right, and the planner did a good job on that area of summarizing what they've already agreed to. I mean, in terms of.
So you're good,
I'm good with that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can people please use the microphone so I can get the recording? Because it's my job.
Okay. So, we've had a couple of opinions. Discussion in this area, does it need to extend any further? Can we have I assume we're going to move to bifurcate into four. So, so is there a motion, I guess, to approve a variance for 150-8.3B4, the dense landscape buffer, which the applicant has improved over the existing, but not quite reached the required?
I'll make a motion to approve that variance.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay.
I'll second. But I do want to add, just so it's written, I know they made it in the statement to the removal of that tree. Just like this way it's conditioned.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to add the removal of the tree on the on the property line of the neighboring resident as part of that buffer. As part of creating that buffer.
That's up to you and within your purview to add.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on.
Well, I have just a question about that, because Kathleen has the question. Is that without going through the process of Kathleen making the determination? Are you making the determination that that tree has to come down?
So maybe, yeah, because the forester would have to go out and look at the tree to determine whether the tree was live, dead, hazardous, what have you, and then from there make the determination if it can come down without replacement or with replacement. So there's.
All right, yeah, that makes sense to go through the proper.
And be the farm.
Right.
Go through the normal protocol. Right.
Correct.
Right, because this board wouldn't want to be in a position of placing a condition that violates our own tree ordinance, potentially, the other tree ordinance.
Well said.
Okay. Now, we have a motion and a second with the condition. Let's do roll call votes. Kathleen?
Dr. Cortez.
Yes.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix.
Yes.
Mrs. DiBartolo.
No.
Mr. Mathewson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston.
Yeah, yes.
Chair McGinley.
Yes. By my vote, that particular one passed. All right, let's look at that's not less than 20% of the lot. They've actually improved by 4%, but there was an improvement. So that one kind of hinged on the buffer. It's an improvement in a direction that we like it to go. Is there any discussion? Pro con?
I'd like to say, this, we're trying to, we have a pre-existing condition on this property, okay, that's been there for God knows how long. And, in my mind, we have to take into account a lot of the things that people mentioned, that we're balancing the interests of the property owners against the interest of the community. That's the thing we're always wrestling with. I don't think it's realistic to ask them to comply totally with what our current ordinances are if once again, of granting that particular relief. Because it's, once again, it's still improving the pre-existing condition on the property. If you tell them no, they're under no obligation then to make any improvements on the property as it exists, because it's a pre-existing condition. So I think, once again, they were reasonable when they heard our concerns at prior meetings. They did go back and they tried to accommodate as much as they felt they could practically do and still make their plan doable. So, you know, I would be in favor of, once again, approving that particular. And if you want, in the interest of time, I'll make a motion to approve that variance.
Second to that motion?
This one I don't mind so much because this is such a unique site. I mean, it's huge. It's, you know, several sites in one. So, I mean, what are they going to do? So this one I don't mind. So I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Were there any conditions that would apply to the green open space aspect of this application?
Just the location where it was being added, which I have somewhere in my notes.
There was an exhibit
Right.
that we admitted that shows all the multicolor one that showed
Okay,
where.
I know this was about 3 or 4 meetings ago, but I believe you did submit a revised landscaping or...
Right, we haven't had 4 meetings. I'm not sure where.
Well, it seems like that, okay? Yeah, I consider this one 2 in one, okay?
So let's, no, you did submit
Yeah.
revised
Yes,
plans, as I recall.
yes, we did. It's on record.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and no conditions on this particular aspect. Can we have a roll call vote?
Dr. Cortez,
Yes.
Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix,
Yes.
Mrs. Di Bartolo,
Yes.
Mr. Mathewson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston,
Yes.
Chair McGinley.
Yes. We're unanimous on that. All right, let's move to the C's. Letter B. The 5.
Can I propose we start with A, because that might change my decision on how I would vote for B.
All right. We'll start with A. The 20-foot high Starbucks pylon sign proposed on Pompton Avenue in front of the existing building.
All right. Yeah, so I guess I'll start since I requested to start with A. So I mean, obviously we heard a lot of testimony and discussion from the witnesses, from the public, from the board, and my main concern or thought with this is it is around safety, and I know that for the most part there will be the local kind of residents that would probably be frequenting this establishment for the most part, but there probably still will be a certain percentage that's coming from out of town or not familiar. And if having a sign alerts someone and it ultimately will save an accident, an injury, so on and so forth, then I'm for having the sign. I think it is far enough away from the residents that's not going to cause the light pollution in their direction, so I don't think that the detriment on their side is going to be material in nature. There are some other freestanding signs, pylon signs in the area, I get that, but it's really more for safety on me from the drivers, particularly coming south on Pompton towards Bloomfield Avenue. And why I said do this first, because if this does get approved, then I don't think we need the 5-foot medallion on basically the same side or in the same direction from a visibility perspective.
Well, Scott, you and I are on totally opposite positions here. Just that I had no trouble with the 5-foot sign on the building. To tell you that, no, I really don't, because it's a foot more than what we allow. Okay, and it's signage. I would even give them another sign on both sides of the building, to tell you the truth, and if I could get rid of that pylon. put the Little Mermaid lady on both sides and of the building, and because the pylon, it's safety issues. That is to the point that's a horrible area over there. We all agree. She gave a great deal of testimony. For those of us who live here, I know she had to say what she had to say, but I live in that vicinity also. It is a horror show. Okay, and putting a pylon sign there, I don't think is really going to improve the safety all that much. I just don't like the aesthetics of it. It's not Verona from the standpoint that we have some pylon signs, on Pompton Avenue. We really don't have any of them, on Bloomfield Avenue that I can recall going down into the regular town center. The planner may be arguing about it is a state highway, and the signage issues are different on state highways. But I know we don't do past practice here, but I don't want to increase the appetite for people to want to put these signs up. And I think basically if you see the mermaid there on both sides of the building, as you're coming up to the point I made earlier, once people know it's there, they know it's there. People do crazy things there now, as the planner pointed out, as the traffic, as the engineer pointed out. And I don't know that the sign is really going to mitigate that, and I think it's just going to be, aesthetically not desirable.
Yeah, I'm really not in favor of the pylon sign. I think its presence will create a visual nuisance to the residential area. The testimony that was presented by the applicant on the issue of the sign and why the sign is necessary as to safety, putting aside, there really going to be a safety issue here, but in terms of the sign addressing any safety issue that may exist, the testimony I heard at times I felt inconsistent between witnesses, and I don't feel like I got any good explanation as to why a monument sign that's basically in the same place, very close to where this sign is being proposed, for other businesses on the same piece of property, why this pylon sign is needed when we have a monument. I mean, the testimony, and as a fact finder, I felt it was inconsistent and does not allow me to find that this sign will solve any safety problem. But I do find that it's a detriment, that it's out of character for this area. There was testimony from the planner about the square footage of the other signs in the area being similar to the square footage proposed here. But interestingly, she didn't have any information about the estimated height of all the pre-existing pylon signs that are in the area. And just based visually looking at them, they're much lower than this one. So I don't find her testimony to be credible, that they are consistent or similar in any way to what's there right now. And from the photographs that we saw today and were presented to us, both from the engineer and from the planner, I had two problems with them. Number one, the photographs that were taken and presented into evidence by the engineer did not show, first of all, in those photographs, you can barely see the sign in those photographs, and there's not even any other cars or vehicles in the picture. So again, I was not convinced by the testimony that the sign really is solving any safety problem that may or may not exist. And then from the photographs taken by the planner, I just, again, I don't find that it's really going to solve for the problem, that may or may not exist. So I'm not in favor of the pylon sign.
I think I somewhat agree. I think that the photographs that were provided, particularly by the engineer, again, you can't even see it. You can't see that sign. I mean, this area again is very visually busy. It's like there's so many verticals. There's telephone poles. There's there's traffic lights. There's this sign. There's trees. There's et cetera, that you almost get lost. that sign would get lost in some of the other chaos, visual chaos there. But actually the planner said something, and I don't believe that she followed up on it, and she said, why did Verona ban this type of sign? And I wasn't part of the zoning ordinance, when it was generated, but my guess is that we don't want to be Route 22. We don't want to be Route 46. That's why. I'm speculating, but it brings a very different character. What's that?
Good speculation.
I mean, thank you.
The old guy says it was
So therefore, I'm in agreement. I don't think that I'm convinced that the safety concerns outweigh the greater, composition of the neighborhood.
And again, just to amplify what Kevin said, I understand that we look at each case individually, but because the can of worms was opened, the surrounding aesthetic. There's no point to just keep amplifying the surrounding aesthetic with this so that every argument thereafter is surrounding aesthetic. And that's what is just what's driving this point so far down, is that if it barely does anything, if it's whatever, then it's just a compounding argument that it is, we might as well just turn it into Route 23. And that's what we're just trying to avoid here. So again, conversely, I understand what you're saying, but I again am with Kevin. I would be fine with the signage on here. I've driven this many times. I'm okay with the signs on the building. It's the pylon that just does not fit the character of the town, and that's why it's such a hard-pressed issue.
Does it sound like we're in a position where we can call a vote?
I'll make a motion to deny the approval of a pylon sign. Is that sufficient? I would second that.
We like it when you're succinct, Kevin.
Get me at 1 o'clock in the morning, Craig, and we have got another hour for the bars to be open.
On the motion on the 20-foot high Starbucks pylon sign, the motion is to deny the variance. So a yes vote, you are in favor of denying the variance.
Let's wait, say that one more time.
If you do not want the sign, vote yes.
Just wanted to clear that up.
Dr. Cortez,
Yes.
Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix,
Yes.
Mrs. DiBartolo,
Yes.
Mr. Mathewson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston,
No.
Chair McGinley.
Yes. By my count, that motion was approved. To deny the 20-foot stop pylon sign. Which moves our discussion to the last variance requested, the 5-foot Starbucks medallion sign on the side of the building. Is there a discussion?
I'm going to throw another loophole into this, because I sort of liked one of the comments from the public when they were saying, how about a no left turn if we want to try to coming out.
We can do that as part of the site plan. Yeah.
Well, we can only make a recommendation to the, right?
No, not
About the no left turn thing, I mean,
we could condition the approval of these items
What do we have to do?
and
5-foot
say that it
medallion?
requires a no left turn coming out of Claremont, so that they have to turn right toward.
Okay, so we could compel the town to put up the signs for them.
But there should be,
Isn't it subject to a traffic study? I mean, how can we continue?
right, be caution of arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. I mean, we heard somebody ask for that, but there was absolutely no testimony from objectors in particular with regard to, why that should be a condition. I would caution the board to make that a condition. I'm not sure that would hold water because there hasn't been any testimony supporting that.
And not just that, none of us, I don't think, are traffic experts. And I certainly would not want to be in a position where the board is potentially placing a condition on something that may jeopardize how traffic flows safely, because none of us are traffic experts. We would leave that to the expert. And I say that completely being sympathetic and empathetic with the residents on that street, but I don't believe this board is the appropriate body to condition that.
Not without testimony in that regard.
Well, they might want to petition the town council to take up the issue and with the police chief, and if they so desire to require a traffic study, as Genevieve said, once that, once this, if this gets approved. I mean, they're the property, a lot of the testimony was very heartfelt, but a lot of it to be from the public, it just is not within the jurisdiction of this board.
So what can we do? I mean, is there anything we can do?
Well, if there were traffic testimony, then you could consider a prohibition against a left turn or right turn, backing up or whatever. But there was nothing in front of this board, and as you said, Genevieve.
Well, again, that goes to my question.
There was no opposition to someone saying, there was no argument to say that there should not be a left turn. But when Mr. Jarr testified, he just gave you us the traffic counts, okay, and the ITE studies.
There was no... Sorry, well, again, that goes back to my question as to why I think we should still wait for an understanding of what that traffic light's going to do, that intersection. I mean, I think there's still... That still will play a factor of the natural flow. Well, and again, I agree. I think that we still need to just see what happens there, and at that point, that's just a community action at that point. I don't think that we have the right knowledge of when the traffic signal and to normal commerce in terms of the left turn out of there.
To more directly answer Genevieve's question, the board did not hear any testimony whatsoever that a left turn should be prohibited. So it would be unreasonable for the board on its own volition to say no left turn. And as she said, which I thought was a great point, that it's almost like the board now is opening itself up to questioning, God forbid somebody got
liability.
hurt. Right. I mean, not we'd be immune, but God forbid somebody got hurt because we decided to take some kind of traffic condition on our own without any recommendation from anybody. That's just not good policy.
For the record, we have done that previously with the bank on the corner of Bloomfield and whatever the next street up there, on the exit on that street, we made it no left turn, so they have to go to Bloomfield Avenue. They couldn't go back around.
But was there dialogue during the meeting on that issue? Well, then,
But we have done it, but.
Right.
I think there's enough argument here. We don't need to go further.
Right, okay. I just wouldn't recommend it.
But we're only with the actual signage on the ground, though, in relation. We're now we're talking about the fact that we're over with the signage on entrance and exits.
Back in.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Thank you.
It stays the way it is.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, so we're on the 5-foot medallion side. Everybody's nodding.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance for the 5-foot medallion sign. Okay.
I'll second.
Succinct? Yeah, great.
As we get closer to 1 o'clock, you're gonna.
Dr. Cortez.
Yes.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy-Baddix.
Yes.
Mrs. DiBartolo.
Yes.
Mr. Mathewson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston.
Yes.
Chair McGinley.
Yes. Okay, to wrap it up, are there any general conditions?
You need to approve the site plan.
Okay. And that's what we can put in.
No, I don't think so. I think you just started right with the D3 variances.
No, first one was the
Yeah, we
Well, the
went through, yeah, we went through the reports and we said what we wouldn't do and complied with. So to the extent that it's been spread on the record that we've agreed to various requests and requirements, those are all incorporated by reference into an approval.
So we don't have to memorialize that.
First one.
No, he's gonna have the
first one
problem
they
of
voted on
listening
was
to
the
the
buffer.
tapes and putting everyone into a resolution.
Okay.
And forgive me for speaking during your deliberations.
Hold on, but before we do that, I know you said you brought the what it's labeled as number 3 sign, back in. I do remember this, member from Starbucks who was here, who said that the one on Claremont would not be illuminated.
That's fine.
So, site plan. Kevin, you want to take us home?
Motion to adjourn?
Move the site plan.
I make a motion to move the site plan to approval.
Okay, can I give my little 2 cents? So I had a hard time with this application and I couldn't figure out why. And I sat there and I went over the site plan again and again and I looked through the zoning ordinance and then I figured it out. Where all this time, this use has been described as a restaurant use. Is this really a restaurant use? I mean, there's kind of nothing else in the ordinance, whether it's a zoning ordinance or a building code, that like really hits the nail on the head for a Starbucks. It's almost half restaurant, half convenience store, because, okay, so.
That's exactly what
It's a beverage bar with no kitchen,
Yeah, it's a beverage bar.
Yep,
which falls under the restaurant.
understood.
Right.
However,
Okay.
so if we are to look at, restaurants, like real, what we consider restaurants in Verona, right? Look at the Verona Inn, we're open 4 p.m. to midnight or something like that, right? We look at some other restaurants, some other coffee places that are not open nearly as long as they are. So the occupant load was determined by the number of seats, which is completely permissible. Realistically, so that was dubbed as 40, right? But there was testimony that there's 10 seats outside too. I have a feeling just operationally that Starbucks is probably not going to say, hey, we're at our max. You can't come in and get some coffee, right? So that occupant load is probably going to be higher than what it's designed for. And that's what, for a longer amount of time over the course of the day.
The occupant load, the seats is different than the number of customers.
Well, but the seats are the seats determine quite a few things. So it determines the egress, it determines the plumbing fixtures, and it determines the number of parking spaces.
Correct.
So that has direct impact on the site plan.
But you have to take into account, you would think, that all of those factors are taken into account when doing the parking, when, calculating parking and having the required number of spaces, that it's not just a matter of the number of seats, but all these other factors come into play.
100%.
Right.
But and I totally get it, and that's math, and I use that math like every single day too on my projects, right?
Okay.
But in reality, like one of the members of the public before said, there's data and then there's kind of reality, right? Where, again, if you say, let's look at another restaurant in town where members of the public can come and sit and eat, they're occupying space for a certain amount of time, and then they turn over that seat. In this case, it's different because, there are customers who can come in and just grab coffee while those 2 seats are occupied. So in my mind, the occupant load is actually going to be higher than what was testified at 40. Therefore, that has some pretty big implications on how many cars are actually coming to this site. The traffic numbers are based on 40, presumably. That's my issue with this.
The beverage bar is a restaurant.
It's a non-alcoholic beverage bar. It's not a restaurant, it's a mixed-use building.
Seats are going to be
You
occupied,
can have
and you might still have another people coming in
You
to do
can't
takeout,
have a
so that's gonna
restaurant.
increase.
You
Is
can't
that
have
your
a- but
basic
Yeah,
concern?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, again,
Oh, it's
it was
beverage bar.
always, this has always been described as the restaurant. I mean, is Starbucks really a restaurant? It's, sometimes it can be seen as like a convenience store,
Prepackaged,
you
it's
know?
a non-alcoholic beverage bar where it sells
Right, but that
But the
is,
parking is based on, right, not this, not every person that's counted as egress, or wherever you're counting the individual in the space, right, their occupant count is not counted one per one for parking. The parking is determined based on the factors that there will be people in line, people sitting, people standing.
Understood.
There should be a building code, fire code that.
Right, if they're meeting the codes, then they're meeting the
There
codes.
is, right. I'm just saying, practically speaking, again, I don't think that you can, I don't think you should. Right, exactly, or like a pizza place or something where you can go and grab a slice of pizza and then leave, right? You're not occupying that chair for an hour or whatever as a sit-down restaurant. I think it's a little bit of a jump to sort of classify, a place like, Frank Anthony's in the same category as a Starbucks.
Yeah, I mean, in the building code, they're probably, for egress purposes, they're using assembly or occupant load.
But they're doing fixed seats.
Like we have
Because egress
restaurant carryout, that would have a different.
It's the same reason you don't provide a bathroom for every person in the restaurant, right? Because that bathroom's not gonna be used at the same time by everyone, right? So, you know, it may only have 2 single occupancy toilets based on the occupant count, or it may have a bit more. I didn't look at the plans, but the code already determines that the parking for that amount of people in there is correct.
Totally understood. Again, I just don't think it's apples to apples to a conventional restaurant, given the hours and given the turnover.
It's no different, but it's not different than like a McDonald's, a Burger King, or any other place.
That's another point that I would argue as being Starbucks. So obviously their reach, because of their sort of corporate status, they have the ability to attract, right? So literally when I went home after last month's meeting, I don't drink coffee at all. Do you know how many Starbucks messages I got on my phone? So yeah, so people driving by who may not know that Starbucks is in this area, they're going to get some sort of a Waze notification, hey, there's a Starbucks here. So their reach is bigger than a mom and pop place.
That's why we didn't want the pylon sign. They got enough other ways of finding out where Starbucks is. Well, those little green mermaids show up on your cell phone.
So, that's basically. Well, forgive me, and again, because it is slightly different than a McDonald's or anything else, like, what in the last year of meetings that we've had about this, how many, did they discuss mitigation strategies for idling or loitering on their lot, like after you get a cup of coffee and sit and just chill in your car or wait or whatever? Was that discussed at all? Or did I miss that? Okay, so really, okay. I want to make sure I missed that. Okay.
There are general laws that of course apply to them, just like everybody else. I mean, you can't spot law for a particular.
I see. I just want to make sure I didn't miss that. Okay.
It's the same thing with the occupancy. The building department will determine what the occupancy is for the restaurant.
Yeah. And also, if you're complying with the building code on occupancy, you don't need an occupancy plaque in front of your building, right? So if for instance your egress is too small for the amount of occupants you have, you then have to say, I can only allow like 87 people in this space. That's the occupant load. That's the max. If you're meeting the occupancy of the code, you can technically go above what you're saying on the drawings as the occupancy count, because the count the code already gives you a leeway of more people.
We had a motion, but we didn't have a second to approve the site plan. Do we have a second? Die for lack of a second?
I will second.
Thank you. motion and a second to approve the site plan. And the only condition is that council is going to go through the entire 6 hours of testimony and make sure that any of the conditions that were brought up are included in the resolution.
That is correct.
Any other conditions we want to think about right now?
Did you have any,
I'm just trying to go back and remember all the things we talked about, and I mean, I want to be sensitive to the folks that are living in the area, and so I want, I'm sensitive to the argument that they don't want loud music and lots of bright lights and strict enforcement of not allowing people to bring chairs outside, and so that suddenly you have 30 teenagers sitting outside. I can see that could be a problem, and I mean I don't know how we condition that. I do recall there was discussion about that. I do recall discussing sort of what the procedure is in terms of chairs outside and how many are outside and.
discussion about lighting too. I just checked the back of my, that they would all be pointed down. There would be no filtration, into
Towards
the,
Claremont, right.
into the.
They did reduce the outdoor seating as well.
Right.
They reduced the outdoor seating. Again, I'll go back and look specifically, but there was also, I believe, testimony about the music.
That it's at a low decibel level.
Motion and a second, and council will provide the conditions
As agreed upon by the applicant and as further conditioned by the board.
Ready? Dr. Cortez.
Yes.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy Braddix.
Yes.
Mrs. DiBartolo.
No.
Mr. Mathewson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Weston.
Yes.
Chair McGinley.
Mr. Chairman, before you say it, I just wanted to remind the board, I just found a couple of no drive-through, no curbside service were two others I just found, so there are plenty.
All right, I'm hoping to God that we won't have to go through them all again. Our illustrious council here will.
I will find them.
Which he will, I mean, he will find we had a lot of changes that we had suggested, and that the applicant had.
Do we need to go into executive session?
No loading area in the back.
everything on the docket.
I think so. I mean, we're finished now.
Restrike.
I'm gonna come by just to visit, just to say hello, get back in the new digs.
Yeah.
Maybe I can have a sandwich sign and get some business. Can I just briefly make a statement? I want to, look, I know none of you get paid, and I think you all did a great job of at least reading what was submitted, listening to the arguments, and I don't think anybody here didn't vote their conscience. So what more can I ask for? So thank you very much for your time, and I think we've got a result that maybe not everybody's happy with, but we can live with. Thank you.
Do we need to go into executive session?
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, I think you have to leave the marked ones. Don't we have to leave you with it?
I don't know if they want the small ones. Yes, so they do. Very good. She did great. You were fine. Yeah, I enjoyed your testimony. It was fun. And the best part about it is I didn't have to listen to the Chris King phone about how much
you teach. It's nice just to know you do your job.
They want,